Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Namaste, good morning or good day to everybody, depending where you are. We are back with the 44th World Chess Olympiad live coverage from Chennai, India. Your host today will be Yasser Seiravan. I'm Arthur Nations. Both of us, we are grandmasters, and a lot of exciting action is ahead. Yasser.
Absolutely. First of all, good day to you, Arthur. It's been great calling the action for you for the first 2 rounds. This round 3 is going to promise even more good stuff. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today as we get started for our live coverage of the 44th Olympiad in Chennai. I am actually sitting here in my cave, my man cave in Holland. Where are you, Arthur?
I'm providing coverage from my hometown Riga, where I'm living right now. So I'm not in Chennai. I wish I was, because, you know, Yasser, I was looking at those pictures from the playing call. I love the opening ceremony. I think that Indians are doing an absolutely fantastic job to make this as one of the most memorable Olympiads, at least in the recent history. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing it from home and still I have a lot of fun.
I couldn't agree with you more. I feel like I'm missing out. And let's tell our audience about the Olympiad format. What's it all about?
So we have today round 3 out of 11 rounds. This is a Swiss tournament, and naturally, since this is Olympiad, this is a team event. There's 4 players in one team. They can play at the same time, obviously. One reserve player can substitute one of the players. And the scoring system is as follows. You have to win the match at all costs. If you do that, you get 2 points. If it's a draw, it's just 1 point, and naturally, losers of the match get 0 points.
That's just the way it works. And the time controls?
And the time control is really nice. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then you get, after 40 moves extra, 30 minutes on the clock, plus, of course, additional 30 seconds after every made move. And I think it's quite important to note there is also this little thing we call Sophia rule. What does it mean? It means you cannot agree to a draw before move 30 unless there's a threefold repetition.
Absolutely. And as we get started for this round 3, let's just take a look at our key matchups. We'll start with the open section on the 5 boards.
So on the top board today in the open section, we have one of the main favorites of the tournament, India, the hosts, who are fielding in the open tournament 3 teams, and actually all of the teams have managed to score victories so far. I mean, Yasser, you probably still remember, right? Day 1, India scored, I mean, just stunning 24 against 0 in round 1. All the teams played perfect, 4-0 score in the open and the women's section. Yesterday, they did lose some points individually, but still all of the teams managed to win. So here, this is a top team. Team India, #1, is playing against Greece. And of course, the biggest favorites, United States of America. They're playing against Georgia and Badur Jabala himself.
Absolutely. I look forward to that game. And later, we're just going to profile the American team. But Italy, Norway, another good matchup. Spain, Brazil. Brazil kind of coming quietly out of nowhere. I'll be curious there. Australia, Poland. Okay, we're seeing some new faces on the top boards, and that's very, very nice. I love it. And how about in the ladies section? Should we take a look at the top five teams?
I very quickly mentioned that we finally see appearance of some of the top players for Team Azerbaijan. For example, Shahryar Mamedyarov is joining the action. For Team Netherlands against Sweden, Anish Giri is playing today. So very, very interesting matchups, of course. Ever strong team Ukraine, very solid lineup. And yeah, I'm not even sure how we are going to pick. And here's the ladies pairings, as you already mentioned.
Right, England, India at the top seed in the ladies section. Ukraine, great powerhouse team, and of course Georgia, always so strong. Ukraine, Slovakia, Czech Republic versus Georgia, Poland, Vietnam, and Italy, France round out the top 5 ladies.
Right, so a lot of action. Again, what we are going to do today is, as usual, you probably already we're accustomed to in the first 2 rounds. We are going to follow, of course, we're going to start with the open tournament, but at some point later, of course, we're going to pay attention also to the ladies tournament, try to pick up some of the most exciting games. And I think we also have to mention is that we are watching what you're saying there on the chat, viewers. Your opinion is super important to us. So if you have some insights, some questions you would like to ask, you can do that, definitely. We are monitoring pretty much all the comments, and some of the best questions we might include in the featured chat list.
On our show, absolutely. And for those of you who know the chess world inside and out, you understand about ratings, this idea that each and every chess player has an international rating, and the higher your rating, the higher your standing in the world of chess. And the #1 team in the competition, the United States, is seeded #1 because we have the highest rated players of any team in the competition. In fact, 4 of our 5 players are in the world's top 10. So that tells you how strong is the US team. And I think we have a profile prepared. What do you say, Artur?
Let's check that.
Exactly. Let's have a look.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold, as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. During its triumph in 2016, Team USA was led in scoring by Wesley So. In this year's Olympiad, So returns to play as the 2 seed, which should offer him some favorable matchups. The 3 seed is Aronian, which also should play in Team USA's favor. Aronian ranked as the top player for each of Armenia's gold medals in 2006, 2008, and 2012. Aronian now brings that experience and pedigree to Team USA while going up against the opposing country's third best player. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Lovely profile there of a Team USA. And then you get to see all of the team members from both the open and women's sections. And I got to ask you, Arturs, how did the US begin the first 2 rounds of competition?
Right, we have to check again. The game's already started. Very quickly mentioned the round 1. Team USA, spearheaded by Levon Aroni, and they beat Angola and their amazing T-shirts. To be honest, that was one of the best sides of round 1. Really colorful lineup by Angolians. Either way, Aronian played a draw. He was in some trouble, but he did secure a draw for his team. They played 3.5 against half a point. Then in the second round, they beat Paraguay. And this was a lot tougher. I mean, maybe they were not really in danger because Wesley so agreed for a draw in a much better, if not winning position, although quite complex position against Delgado. This still brought home the bacon for Team USA.
And today's matchup, round 3 has got started. You mentioned it, and we're playing tough Georgia, and led by Juan Badur Jabova. We know Badur is one of those players who he's like the danger player. He's as much danger to himself as he is his opponent, and he's quite capable of upsetting the best players in the world.
He's actually lost quite a bit of rating points. I'm slightly surprised to see him about rated 2580. And,
wow, that's a huge fall.
Badur is a good friend of mine, and we had a discussion some time ago. We are talking about losing rating here and there, and his thought process was he doesn't care. He doesn't care about rating so much. All he cares is playing at the best level. He can do it, and Team Georgia is going to try to make USA's life today as difficult as possible.
Absolutely, and I remember Bent Larson chiding me. I was talking with Bent. He was a very dear friend of mine, by the way. And I was saying, you know, I'm trying to get my Grandmaster Grandmaster title. You know, I've got these norms. And he said, don't worry about that, Yasser. You're going to become a Grandmaster. But what you've got to learn, it's not about the titles. It's about winning tournaments. And Jobova has that attitude. He doesn't care about his rating. He wants to know, am I fighting for first? It's like, that's a dangerous person. You don't know what to expect. And this move C2, C3, already a little bit, that's a kind of a funny move. Your take on the move C2,
really
C3.
surprising. Really surprising.
Right?
I'm not sure what he's intending to do here. I mean, clearly the idea is to play D4.
Right.
But I can't help but wonder if Black has any problems with the position whatsoever after D5.
Okay, we got to play D4. What else?
Unless he wants to play King's Indian reverse with D3.
That's the point. But I think C3 is an indication he wants to play D4. Imagine we play D4 for a second.
Right. So
Okay.
D4, I'm not sure. You have to take, I guess. I mean, Black can also play Bishop D6. Cannot be so bad. But probably something like take it, E4, not E5. And then something along the way of Bishop D6. To be honest, I don't see how Black can have any problems here, but clearly Jabava has some ideas here.
And he really does. He has some very peculiar ideas. Sometimes they completely miss their mark, but when they're on cue and when he hits his mark, it's a big hit. A lot of players don't recover once he gets in his grippers. So this is board 1, and again, I just do this all the time. Got to show our respects to the world chess champion, one Magnus Carlsen, Norway. He's leading a danger squad, and Norway is hoping for their first medals in their history of the Olympiad. Will they get them? Well, stay tuned. And how is Magnus doing today?
Yeah, let's check that. Of course, also Magnus Carlsen is playing today. Yesterday, he pulled up a Magnus. I'm not really sure how to properly say it. I think that's pretty much it.
I think you said it well. He did a Magnus.
Yeah, he pulled the Magnus. If somebody knows best how to pull Magnus, it's Magnus himself, obviously. And he was playing against Georg Meyer, German grandmaster now representing Uruguay. And Meyer was playing really good defense most of the game. And then at a critical moment, remember this, King H8 instead of King G8, and boom, suddenly Magnus wins the game, just like that.
Exactly. It was a real shock. As you mentioned, it came around move 71, the mistake. That's what Magnus does. He just, grinds and says, okay, I'm going to challenge you in the opening. I'm going to challenge you in the middle game. You answered all the tests. Well done. And I'm going to challenge you in the ending. And eventually you're cracked, like a lot of other grandmasters have done in the past. So Magnus pulled a Magnus. He made his debut in this Olympiad. It was a very successful one. And Team Norway won their first 2 matches.
All right. Maybe let's very quickly check the opening choice by Magnus, because
E6.
This is something slightly surprising. Does Magnus even play Caracat?
Yes,
Right.
in the World Championship match in Chennai, he has done it against Vichy, of course.
That was like
So-
10 years ago, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, so it's like one of those things that's in his repertoire, but yeah, mostly he's won E5. That's his stalwart defense. His A game defense is 1 E5, but he mixes it up. And I remember him trying to mix it up against Mickey Adams. I think you might remember that one game. It was like, if you go back just a moment to the starting position, this was hilarious. So Mickey Adams plays E4. Magnus goes G6. Mickey goes D4. Magnus goes Knight F6. I mean, it gets one of the no E5 Knight H5.
Right. I think I remember.
Like one of the greatest, strongest grandmasters in the world. You look at this position and you say, "That's ridiculous. What is he doing?" So he has this provocative streak. Magnus knows how he feels, and sometimes he's just got to pull a rabbit out. By the way, he got killed by Mickey, deservedly so. But today it was a Caro-Kann, and I got
to look at this, right? Exchange, Caro-Kann. This is usually at the highest level reserved for accelerated time control games, rapid and blitz.
Yeah.
It's actually not so simple. Engines don't really prefer it, and the modern theory now has moved to E5, the advanced variation as the main line. But eDex on CDex, this is really tricky because it's difficult for black to get a sharp game. And after C6, E6, now this is interesting. Black typically wants to play bishop D6, knight E7, and somehow push E5.
Exactly. Now, trust me when I say in my entire career, I've been playing the Caro-Kann. And on move 4, whatever this is, I have never, I repeat with a capital N, never played the move E7, E6. I've always tried to keep that diagonal for the bishop on C8 open, and 9 times out of 10, I'm going to play knight F6 in order to go bishop G4. And the other one time, so I go knight F6 and bishop G4. And the other one time out of 10, I play G7, G6 with the idea that sometimes I play bishop F5, but I never lock in the bishop, never in my entire career, I locked in the bishop with this move E7, E6. And I find that to be an extraordinarily strange move. And it basically says to me that Magnus intends bishop D6, F6, knight E7, castle short.
He has to play bishop D6. I think so. I mean, there's some weird lines here as well. Something like knight E7, knight G6. I'm not sure what Magnus has prepared here for this game, but he shows a lot of confidence. He's like, listen, I'm the best player in the world. I can play whatever I want, right? I can play E6, E6, D6, E5, C5, whatever. I rely on my power. And he kills his opponent's preparation, who probably spent the entire morning trying to prepare everything against Magnus, and Magnus just plays C6. Yeah.
Right. I mean, and I can tell you that a lot of grandmasters get really upset when their preparation misses their mark. And I strongly feel that E7, E6 has come as a surprise. Once again, I want to give a big shout out to our audience. Thank you so much for joining Arturs and I as we bring you the live coverage of the 44th Olympiad. It's great to have you on board. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. That will certainly help us. And also, keep us in line. Tell us when we're doing good, tell us when we're doing bad, and tell us where we should be going if there are some games that we haven't actually taken a look at. So again, a big shout out. Thank you for joining us. And I'm going to be monitoring our chat window, so keep it friendly.
Yes, sir. I have a suggestion. What do we do? I propose to start with the leaderboard, which is Team India. They're playing on board 1, although technically it's United States. Right. Reading favorites. Team India, as the hosts of the Olympiad, are always on board 1. Naturally, there's dedicated 8 cameras. I'm sorry, did I say 8? 4 cameras for all the players. So we start with Team India, then we switch to Team United States, just like have a glimpse which direction the games are taking. What do you think? Brilliant. Let's do it. Hey, I understand Robert Hess in chat. Hey, Robert Hess, hello. How are you doing? The coach of the United States Open team. Earlier in one of the broadcasts, I wrongly suggested that Robert was a coach for the ladies team. So congratulations on his demotion. I'm sure the ladies are very happy. All right. Hi, Robert. How's it going? A lot of love from India. Just looking at the chat. All right, let's switch over to Hare Krishna's game against Dimitrios Mastrovasilis, experienced grandmaster from Greece. So this is the matchup: India against Greece. We have a Catal on the board. What do you make of this? I don't like it for white. Excuse me, but the combinations of the move B3 and Queen D3. That's the kind of a head scratcher. I understand sometimes you put the queen on B3, sometimes you put the queen on C2, but Queen D3 and B3, why? So let's imagine that Black plays Bishop A6. I mean, you're the one that put your queen into a pin, and my intention, I will telegraph it very clearly, is rook to C8 and C6, C5. I mean, I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm just going to tickle that pawn on C4. I assume white's setup is based on the move E2, E4. Yeah, and here's the thing: Black is not obliged to take. I mean, maybe. But wait, but what happens even if I do something like take? There might be room for something like Knight C5. And again, you're making such a move as Knight C5. I don't think it's that great a move, Arturs, but you're making it based on the fact that the queen on D3 is giving you this tactical opportunity, right? Okay, maybe it's too much, yeah. Yeah, but okay, but you also mentioned what I think is very salient. You're not obliged to capture. Let me play the move Rook C8, or let me play the move C5. One of the two. I'm undecided, but if I play C5, you understand immediately that the issues, you can't take on C5. Knight takes C5 is embarrassing. If you take, yes, exactly. That's exactly. If you take on D5, I also take with the pawn, and any resolution of the tension in the center is actually going to be favoring Black. So E4, I think you have to follow it up after C5 with E5. I just don't see a choice, right? E5, Knight E8, and maybe some H4, Knight G5 ideas. Gotcha. H4, H6, that's right. Maybe this is the latest and greatest of theory, but to my eyes, I look askance at the position and I go, why is the queen on D3? Again, I'm so used to seeing it on the C2 square. Do we have other games as well? We'll let this one stew. We definitely do. So on the second board, we have Vidit Gujrathi Let me pull up his game. He's playing against Nicolas Theodorou. Again, Catalan.
Very popular with everybody these days.
Yeah, everybody plays Catalan these days.
By the way, just to say, boldly state the obvious, as host, Team India gets to bring other teams than just one. Usually, obviously, in these competitions, it's one team per nation. But the host, yeah. What happened is in the past, you often had a situation where the teams, there was an odd number of teams and somebody got a bye. That is to say, a forfeit in the round. And the FIDE thought it was unfair that in the case of odd numbers, that somebody got a forfeit. So they said, I got this great idea. Let's allow the host nation to field the second team on those special cases where there's an odd number. And so it became a kind of a standard that the host nation had one, maybe two teams. Now today that number has evolved to 3, and I don't know exactly why it became so high, but that's modern chess for you. There.
Pretty sure India could set like 5 teams.
Exactly, and every one of them would
be not much weaker than the first or second team, right? They could beat even the first or second team at the right circumstances. There's just so many strong and talented players in India.
They're deep. I for one, I don't know about you, but I for one, when I saw that Abhidan is not on Team A of India, I said, "Oh my God!" I mean, they are loaded with talented players.
And Vishy is not even playing.
The ambassador to all the teams of India.
It's
okay, so what's the story with this variation of the Catalan with Knight C6? The latest and greatest.
Yeah. So this is quite thematic idea. I mean, Bishop G5 is one of the moves. Bishop F4 is a move. Knight C3 is a move. There's so many moves. There's a big theory, obviously, and the big point here: Black silently offers a draw. I mean, if you don't really want to fight, you can do that. Queen C4, Bishop D5, Queen C2, Bishop E4. Think about analogy of the Berlins: Queen E4, Queen D4,
right,
and etc. Repeat the position, right? But here, of course, White has to play on, because in the Olympiad, again, so that everybody is on the same page, this is a team event. It's not a solo event. Some people do play it solo, but this is still a team event. And what does it mean? It means the team result matters. Yesterday, Wesley So showed exactly what it means. He had a very good position, maybe even winning against Paraguay. He made a draw to secure Team United States victory. So this is the perfect sportsmanship in terms for the team, because team relies on you, that you sometimes sacrifice your own ambition for the team's results. And also here, White Theodorou is declining a draw offer, of course. I mean, normally you want to play with White, but in the team event, especially in Olympia, the strategy, the unwritten rule is White tries to play for the win, Black draws. It's so simple, really. I mean, it's a very basic rule. I played myself in 6 Olympiads. Yasa, you played yourself in 10 Olympiads. You definitely know this. I mean, it used to be in the past. I'm not sure what's right now, but White usually tries to win the game.
Yeah, I don't know about win so much. It was funny. Our ambitions, I think, were a little more tempered. What we thought was White plays for advantage. Once you've secured the advantage, then you can determine based on the outcome of the other games whether or not, as you said, we have to make a draw, and we secure a draw from a position of strength. So the whole idea was on the 2 boards that we had White, we wanted those players to put pressure on their opponent to have that advantage. And that when we had the 2 boards as Black, you guys, secure the equality, make the comfortable draw, and go home. And you get a big salute from your team captain. So those were that was really the whole strategy. And oftentimes you won with black, you lost with white. So like, you go figure. It wasn't always optimal, but I see you got another game in the India-Greece match. And it's funny because it's like the game of an echo of the game of Magnus Carlsen, where the pawn is on e3. There's supposed to be a bishop on c1, but that bishop is actually all the way out on the h4 square.
Right.
So in this Queen's Gambit declined.
Yeah, typical Carlsbad structure, bishop d3, knight e2. Yeah, f3 early. Okay, not knight e2 first. That's interesting.
Yeah, most of my opponents played knight e2 first against me when I have these positions as black, and I had them often. Also, I just want to say quickly, before you get to the move knight e2 and f3 for just a moment, it was oftentimes a strategy by black is after the move knight f3, which was the conventional move, if you will, there was this awkward move knight h5. And the idea was that in the case the bishop goes to g3, we're taking it. And in the case where you take on e7, queen takes e7, white has this idea that he can castle short or castle long. But it's funny, the knight on h5 is incredibly stupid. But when white plays the desirable queen c2 to give himself the option, then the move knight f4 was actually bothersome. And that was why you encouraged white to castle short. You took away that option of white from castling long. Now, what we saw in the game, however, was to try to avoid those knight h5 ideas.
There's, by the way, Yasser, a feature chat question. Will USA, India, or Norway play against each other in one of the 11 rounds? What do you think?
100% yes. 100% yes. There's no question about it. In an 11-round Swiss, the leaders, the favorites, are usually a favorite to compete against each other between rounds 5 and 8. So if Team USA wins today and Team India, Norway all win today, and that continues for just 1 or 2 more rounds, I expect the clash of the favorites to happen very shortly, maybe in the first half of the tournament.
Yeah, there is a very good chance, definitely, for that to happen. But I
Great
mean,
question from the chat, by the way.
Yeah, everything can change. One small misstep, and that's it. It mixes up the pairings. You have to again fight against some low-rated teams, and then maybe the big matchup, the USA against India. By the way, India number 2, is it even weaker than number 1? I'm not so sure about that. It might happen even in the last rounds.
Yeah, but a more salient question from the chat is what's going to happen when the teams of India in the Open as well as in the women's competition play against one another? Ooh, like, I mean, the fans of India are going to go nuts, right? Of course, but what happens if Team B beats Team A?
I see it perfectly happening.
Exactly.
I definitely can imagine this. I mean, I wouldn't be totally surprised because Team B has Domraj Gukesh, they have Pragg, they have Raunak Sadhwani, they have Adiban. I mean, these are 27, 26, 50 caliber players. They're young, they're motivated, they're hungry, and they want to prove. So they're actually secretly one of my favorite teams.
Yeah, no, I love these danger squads. It's they're so fun when you see these junior teams competing. And by the way, we're just going to warn our audience that after we complete the games of the Indian team, we just kind of want to show a video of what a fantastic opening ceremony it was, and why Arturs and I both feel a little jealousy that we didn't make the sojourn to India ourselves. But that will come, and this is our 4th board.
Yeah, this is the 4th board where Krishna Sashkiran, one of the long-time leaders of the team India, Now he is on board 4. He's playing against the rising star from Greece, Yevgenios Yanidis. I remember Yevgenios because he became the European under-18 champion in Riga. I think it was 2018. He played fantastic chess, and recently he crushed one of these strong open tournaments. I think it was in Serbia. So he was struggling a couple of years, showed very good results, and boom, he just like, I don't know how many points he had, like 40 points or something like that. He was just immense result by Yevgenios. I think it was Serbian Open. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. So this is a game definitely where we might see all 3 results possible. But Yasser, like you said, what about this video?
Yeah, by all means, let's take a look at what we missed, some segments of the opening ceremony from Chennai, India. Every account said it was marvelous. Here we go.
So that was a glimpse in the opening ceremony, which happened a couple of days ago. Yasser, I mean, it was absolutely stunning. And I feel that we probably have to little talk about what does it mean for India to organize Olympiad, because India is widely regarded as the place where chess was born. Okay, you might argue, right, it was Chaturanga, right? But still, it feels like chess has returned home. And for Indians, for one of the largest nations in the world, this is a huge win.
No question about it. And in that opening ceremony, what you saw there was the Indians introduced the torch bearing and taking this torch, this flame of the Olympiad, and they had gone on tour around India, thousands and thousands of kilometers. And that was never anything special to me. Again, I mentioned that in Barcelona at the IOC, I saw, you know, Muhammad Ali with Parkinson's disease giving the torch, the flame of the Olympiad. And then it became important. And I think the Indians' introduction of the flame into the Chess Olympiad was really like perfect. Like that is, as you said, the birthplace of chess. The original seed of chess was definitely planted in India. The fact that they're the host country of this game on such short notice. Let's emphasize that to our audience. They literally within months brought this spectacular event together. I mean, you just have to tip your hat and say, well,
right. So originally the Olympiad was scheduled to be hosted in Russia, in Khanty-Mansiysk. Then
I
it
want
was
to say Minsk, actually.
yeah, Minsk, but
Minsk,
yeah, that was
then
like
Khanty.
yeah, that was Minsk first, then Russia, Khanty-Mansiysk, then Moscow,
Then
of
Moscow.
course because of this war, right?
Yes.
They removed their possibility to organize the Olympiad, and then India stepped in pretty much at the last moment, like months before. And the amount of work they have done is just incredible, really. They have a lot of support. They have the government support. You saw the Prime Minister of India attending the opening ceremony, which was really, really important. They allocated the funds. They have a huge team of volunteers helping. I mean, I read the Twitter tweets, right? There's like everybody's speaking, hey, we just arrived in Chennai, right? There's like 10 volunteers greeting us and taking selfies with us.
I love it. And really, I saw this one photo and I went, wow, just wow. Okay. The photo was of the opening ceremonial move on board one, with Arkady Dorkovich, the president of the FIDE, making the ceremonial opening move. And he was surrounded by photographers, Indian journalists, taking his picture with this just swarm of journalists, which forcibly reminded me of a segment in the movie documentary Magnus. I don't know if you saw it, Arturs. Did you see this? It was a 60-minute long.
To my great shame, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's a must see. Everybody who's listening, watching our show, you must see Magnus! Exclamation mark. It's a documentary of Magnus, and there's this wonderful scene in the movie where Magnus and his father, Hendrik, and his second, Nielsen, are in the elevator, and they're going down.
I mean, the elevator goes down.
Yeah, and it's boring elevator music. They're going down floor after floor. Nobody's saying it. Everybody's looking at the numbers as they're going down, and the door opens, and it's like mayhem. Like, I'm not joking, 10,000 photographers. The door opens, they walk out, and there's a sea of security engulfing Magnus, who in turn is engulfed by these journalists. And Magnus is trying to make his way to the press conference, the opening ceremony press conference of Chennai against his match in Vichy. This is 2013, of course. And he just couldn't get through. I mean, the security was pushing against the mob, but there was a problem. The mob was pushing back. And you understood that chess in India has just gone boom. Right. Of course, we know cricket is the nation's sport. There's no question about that. But boy, I got to tell you, when you see images like what we're seeing now, yeah, I mean, chess might be, booming so much that these professionals are going to become stars of the chess world. And by the way, you've got the game of Jobava and Fabi on your board. Yeah, that last move, h7, h5. I got to tell you something. That's evil intentions right there.
That's definitely evil intentions. Yeah. So there's a lot of action. But talking about still about India, I still remember it was really, really nice what they did when they were announcing they have a new grandmaster after like every couple of weeks or so. And they had this chess board of 64 squares, and every single square had like a new grandmaster. So obviously Vichy number one. It all started with Vichy, so he's always going to be the number one Indian grandmaster, like the local hero. I mean, I'm not even sure what's the right word, right, for Vichy, because he's a legend not only for the world chess but for Indian chess especially. And then they quickly filled this first chess board of 64 grandmasters. I guess what, they just started a new board. There's more coming. There's
new stars.
Many talents coming. It's just absolutely incredible. So I won't be surprised, like in still couple of, give it something like, let's say 5 years, 10 years, India might as well want to dominate chess and seriously challenge USA and Russia, right? I wouldn't be surprised at all.
You're making very, very good points. And seriously, for me, China also was one of those nations that literally came from nowhere. China, as we know, has the game of Go and Chinese chess and Western chess. Our form of chess had never really been that outstanding in China, but the ladies, the Chinese women, started becoming world champions, and the Chinese said, well, whoa. And then they began to put even more and more resources in the chess. And so India, China, the future is bright. And what you're telling me about the chessboards, I remember I lived in Hollywood, California for a time, and they had what they called Walk of Stars. So literally on the sidewalk, you'd have this star, and there would be Marilyn Monroe, and there would be a handprint on the road, and you could walk down this Walk of Stars, and you would have these handprints of all these great stars. And I think they should do that for India.
Yeah.
The whole of Mumbai.
Right.
Eight.
All right. Let's jump in back to the game, right? Since, like you said, yeah, so there's a lot of action happening on the top board of Team United States. Fabi Caruana is back to the action for Team United States, and today, who's actually resting very quickly? It's Wesley Snow, right?
I think
Yeah,
Wesley. Yeah, he started with 2 games, and it always, as a team captain, and a big shout out to my dear friend John Donaldson, always as a team captain, you know, you need to know. You just need to know how your guys are doing, what kind of shape they're on, whether it's Levon or Lanier. And the only way you're going to know is you got to put them in the lineup. So in these opening rounds, you just love to see everybody playing great. And you go, you know, like, I have supreme confidence that I can call upon you. Now, fortunately, nobody has lost. If you lose, you get benched. You're in the doghouse.
Yeah, but what is Jobava doing here?
Exactly. H5, H4. What is? I am not a fan of the move knight E1. I think knight E5 is a required move.
I felt it's like automatic response, and maybe there's some issues with, like, let's say take it and knight G4. But I mean, you can always do a swift counter strike against black center with C4, knight C3. For Jabava, this is an obvious choice, but knight E1.
That looks like just
a
flat out mistake. I don't even know what it is. Sometimes it's nice to be provocative and, you know, like wave a red flag like in front of an angry bull, but not what, where, pardon me, where is the destination square for the knight on
I don't know,
E1?
knight C2?
Yeah, genius. And then
but what's the knight doing on E1? And Fabi immediately feels he's like a predator. He's just like,
right?
You know, he feels there's something here. He can get to his prey very quickly. H5, H4, he immediately shows his ambition. So instead of, you know, developing the pieces in a conventional way, like the well-educated people do, like bishop E7, castle, bishop G4, Fabi says, no, I'm going to crush you right away at the gate. H5, H4, bishop H3, checkmate.
Exactly. That's exactly. And you kind of used a nice word there, predators. And I think of these top guys as like a kind of a shark, where, you know, like they scent blood in the water like a shark. And they, you know, you play in a round robin, a 12-player round robin, and 2 guys are in the cellar doing badly. Come around 8, 9, and 10, everybody is pointing at you and saying, you're my point. And the move knight E1, that's bad. We talked about Jobava. There's a good Jobava where he can outplay the best of them. And then there's the bad Jobava where he's almost his own worst enemy. Knight E1. Now that you provoked, by the way, the move H4, how aggressive are Black's intentions? Is Black going to play? Let's just put some moves on the board. Queen D6.
I'm just, if I'm sitting here and I'm Fabi, I'm so happy because I have so many choices. I can just take on D4 and at least equalize the game. I can maybe go totally aggro at a king side with something like, I don't know, maybe even knight G4 or bishop G4, long castle. I'm just sitting here and not understanding how on earth did I get here, because I was like thinking about how to equalize the game, get the good game going, and boom, I just have this large advantage right after the opening. I think Fabi is slightly surprised.
Oh, absolutely. I think so too. I think he's elated at this early and exciting turn of events. But, you know, after you get over the euphoria, that moment of like, oh, this is so good, you know, I'm going to win, you know, just simply waltzing down the street, now you've hit reality. What should black play? Like,
Right.
give us something. Like, if I'm white, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do in advance. I'm going to play bishop g5, knight
Yeah.
c2, knight d2,
A lot of
f3.
All right. Let's move on. Let's move on. There's obviously a lot of more games.
Sure,
I think
please.
let's continue wrapping up Team United States. I mean, there's a lot of games ongoing. I mean, we counted with Yasser one day. I think it was something like 1,500 games total, or maybe even more for both sections. It's
Right.
a lot.
It's a lot. 188 teams. It just destroys all of the records.
Yeah.
And what position are you showing me? Whose position is this? And like,
This is obviously Levon.
what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the open H file,
H pawns are missing.
right? So it's not a Catalan. It looks like it came from some ready where H5, H4 got thrown in there at a very early. This is how we go. Okay.
This is how they got it. So again, look at this. So, I can't really help but feel that sometimes the players get the ideas from the other member, because I tell you this as a fact, Yasser. I once had this occasion. I was playing in Swedish team championships and playing against Ari and Tari. And he plays against me, the Karakan. And I'm just, what I'm supposed to play against the Karakan? I have no idea. And I glimpse on the left, and Jon Ludwig Hammer in our team plays D3, knight of 3, D3 system. I'm just looking at him in A. Oh my goodness. I've never played it before. Why haven't I played it before? So I played. So
Nice.
This is how I played it. I mean, seriously, sometimes you look at on the left and the right, you get some very interesting ideas. I'm not saying this is what happened here, but it just gives you some clue.
We want a beautiful, a lovely story. I'd like to support your story 100% and tell you a story that happened to me. One of my Olympiad teams, it was aboard of Boris Golko. And Boris Golko probably played one of the worst strategic moves I've ever seen in a single game of chess. This was like the most horrible move as black I ever saw a top grandmaster play. So Boris was on the black side of a hedgehog, everything nice, just a normal hedgehog position, but he had double fianchettos, bishop on b7, bishop on g7. And white had the hedgehog Maroczy situation. And for no reason whatsoever, Boris played the move d6 to d5. And his opponent took c4 takes d5, e takes d5, and his opponent played e5. The knight on f6 was forced to go to a passive square. But the bishop on b7 was now dead because there was a black pawn on the d5, right?
Right.
The bishop on g7 is now dead because there's a white pawn on e5. And this gloom spread across the whole board and across the whole match. We all did badly because we were watching this game of Boris Golko is getting worse and worse.
Yeah, so this definitely affects the entire team, right?
Exactly. And
Right.
Conversely, when you play the brilliancy that just kind of lifts up the whole team, it has this rippling effect that's quite remarkable.
Look at this, Yasser. The next board of
91.
Team United States, Levon Panzolaya. They love this maneuver. 91, 93, clearly indicating to play f4 next.
As well as just targeting that pawn on b6. So if black had played, for example, king h8, if we don't mind just for a moment, that there is a nasty little trick. Knight a4, b6 now is forced, and now that bishop on g2 is in ambush. b4 as you were about to play, and white realizes his dream of combining attack on the diagonal and pawn on c5, which is why black prevented this threat with the move b6. What a maneuver! Knight f1 to d3.
By the way, is b4 still impossible? I'm not so sure, to be honest. Is it so not possible move? I was thinking about f4, but now that you said it's b4, it should be technical also possible here with the idea that there's some queen b3 check ideas.
Exactly.
I'm not sure
Ooh.
what is this, to be honest.
Yeah, me either. If you take, for example, with the pawn, yeah, there is this nasty move, queen b3 check, king h8, knight d5,
Yeah, knight
and
or knight b5, knight e5. I don't know which is even, maybe knight b5.
knight b5, or knight d5. I was thinking you're hitting c7, so the knight can't jump to from c6, and yeah, I mean all kinds of tactics. Oops, there's one.
Yeah. So this could be one possibility. So I think this
Right.
is what Ponsula is thinking here. And visually, when I saw this position, I was thinking, what are you doing here? Because, I mean, I have the greatest respect. I mean, I've always said it. I'm not going to deny that. I've had the greatest respect for the Morozzi bind. So what is the
Right.
Morozzi bind? This is the Morozzi
E5,
bind. And what does it
E5.
mean? I want to squeeze the life out of you slowly. Make sure there's no breakthroughs. So you need a breakthrough. You need to play something like f4 or b4.
Right. And okay, that's a one we got to keep our eye on. One of the things, and I'll say it out to chat, we're trying our best to do. There's just so many games. There's so many great players. We want to switch around, flip around from country to country, and just take a look at all of the games as best we can. Our apologies in advance if we don't get to the games of all the favorites. But this is our fourth and final board.
Yeah, this is Sam Shankland playing against Tamas Gelashvili, another experienced Georgian grandmaster. Knight c6. Okay, this is not really a conventional way to continue. Usually, I think white plays something like queen d2, long castle f4.
Exactly.
And knight c6, this is likely something else.
For sure. And it does make a kind of a confused impression, right? Because always you think in terms of strategically capture towards the center. So this move b7 takes c6. This it's supposed to be a move that we avoided because it helps black control the center square d5. b7 takes c6. Now, having said all of that, why is white potentially justified in making this trade? Because the bishop on d7 is no great shakes.
Right. That's a brilliant point.
Yeah,
exactly. So because of bishop d7, which is not the main move. The main move,
not
I think,
the move, e6 or h6 or not h6. E6, of course, is the main move.
And this is how they got here. So here, white was trying to play e5. Black didn't stop it. e5, knight e5, take it, take it. And at least visually speaking, white is definitely better. But is it enough? I'm not so sure.
Pawns. Yeah, exactly. Is it enough for any kind of a large edge? We'll have to let the players make that determination for us. And let's jump to some other matches. And again,
I think
the audience. Tell us where you'd like us to go. I mean,
maybe let's start with Team Norway. What do you think? And then see
how it
goes.
A popularity contest with our chat.
So a couple of moves can be made. Indeed, bishop d6 was played. The card can exchange variation, knight e7, castle. And here's the trick. Now, black is playing, he wants to play f6, e5. Now, I'm not really sure what is the most precise order of the moves. Sometimes black plays bishop e8, bishop g6, which is a maneuver more common for the French. But here, after short castle, black is actually not afraid of this shot. And I have a feeling that this sacrifice doesn't quite work, because this theme, we are supposed to know by heart, right?
Yeah.
So you cannot have the knight on f6, knight on e7 is misplaced, and there's some problems for black. And I think the problem for white, why it doesn't work, it's something like king h6 or king g6. I'm not really sure. Probably king h6, queen g4, and then black says there's no mate somehow.
Exactly. We call it the bishop sacrifice, but in some textbooks it was like the Greek.
Yeah, sacrifice. The Greek sacrifice.
I think it's from Yeah, the Iliad and the Odyssey and Troy. But in truth, go down that line just a second or two further, because bishop takes h7, this bishop sacrifice. And let's go king g6. So king g6 in often cases is met by this move queen g4. Now e5, if we had a dark square bishop, would get you mated. We would play knight e8, knight e6 check. Yes, king f6. Now, if we had a bishop on c1, we would play genius move bishop g5 check. Bishop takes e7.
That would we just don't, right?
Right. But now that we don't have the dark square bishop, the king looks vulnerable, but if you don't net the king, you're going to be down 2 pieces.
And there's just no way to continue. It looks so scary, but there's just not enough pieces. So that's why it just doesn't work. And of course, Magnus knows this. We just had to show this idea.
Exactly.
And if for example, if white would play something like knight e2, okay, maybe bishop h7 now is business. And most likely Magnus would just play f6 to stop this idea of knight g5 check later. But knight e5 is on the board.
Knight e5. Okay. And wow, Magnus very quickly captured on e5. I thought he might just continue with his plan of f6 and eventually e5. I think if he had played f6, maybe he was a little bit worried about knight takes d7, kind of a strange capture, and queen g4.
I'm sorry, here after knight e5. Oh yeah, they already played it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And queen b6.
Right. Now, strategically speaking, I think from white's point of view, you want to stop the move bishop b5.
Yasser, I'm looking at this position and it really reminds me one game. I think it was Magnus Carlsen with white against Dingle Ren.
Yeah.
It was some kind of a rapid game. Okay. I think so. And Magnus showed a textbook victory for white. And his idea at some point, I think it started with the London.
Yeah.
Because you can get this position from several openings. And he met this bishop b5 somehow with bishop b1, and then he went on to conduct an attack. So what you're saying there, yeah, so black wants to trade the light square bishop on b5, and if white wants to do something, he wants to keep that bishop alive and ideally get the knight on d4 and keep the bishop on d3.
That's the dream, of course. If you could magically go knight f3 to b3 to d4, knight f3, and knight d2 to f3 to d4, that's the dream. And normally speaking, the pawn on e5 is very, very important. Did you, when you were a youngster, read the book The Art of Attack by Vukovic? It was a classic that Americans were raised on. And we learned that an attack begins with creating weaknesses in your opponent's camp. So something like exactly here right now, Vukovic would recommend the move queen c2, which not only defends the pawn on b2, but he wants to provoke a weakness like g6.
Yeah, but g6 is not going to happen, right? I think h6.
No, g6 is just to emphasize the point that after g6, then you've made these weaknesses, and then you think, aha, my queen should go to h6, my knight should go to g5. Yeah.
Right. But probably probably h6, and the game could still continue. And exactly. I think we are gonna definitely continue wrapping up the team Norway, how they're doing. So it's Magnus Carlsen, Arientari is playing today, and I see that also in the list is Jon Ludvig Hammer and Christensen, a very, very impressive team. But probably we could make a break right now, very, very short break, and we would like to remind the viewers, your opinion is super important for us. So if you have some interesting questions you would like to ask us, notify us, please write it, please say what do you mean, what would you like to see. You see some sensational game, don't hesitate, type it down. We are gonna try to bring it up in the feature chat, but don't go anywhere. See you in a couple of minutes.
The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became World Chess Champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hammer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hammer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded third. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal.
Welcome back, everybody. We are providing the coverage for round 3 of the World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. And dear chat, dear viewers, if you have some interesting questions, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to ask them, because we are here to answer them.
We are ready. We know all the answers, and we share on occasion. Question: can players talk to each other outside of the board? Not 100% sure what that asks, but I can tell you very, very clearly, you don't talk to anybody but your captain. End of story. If you have
it's
a question,
big no-no. It's a big no-no. Yeah, so you don't do that. Sometimes people still do it. I mean, it's a friendly banter, a friendly chatter, but you're not supposed to do that, right? So don't talk with anybody. Just focus on your game. Lips are shut, and just play the game.
It's very, very often that I get up from my board and walking, looking around and seeing other games. And Magnus is standing up and he comes and he offers me his hand during the play. He's playing over there, I'm playing over there. We'll shake each other's hand, but we're not allowed to talk. So yeah, we acknowledge each other, big friendly smile, greeting, a handshake, but we're not allowed to talk.
There's another question. So can any new players learn from these high-end games? Yes, sir. I think definitely you can answer this one.
All the time, as much as you want. I mean, to me, these players are the creme de la creme. They work on their openings, they work on their middle games, their endgame technique is not flawless, which is why they work really hard. So by studying and watching their games, from the openings, the middle games, and the ending, chess is a constant journey of learning. And absolutely, absolutely, yes. Studying these top players will improve your game enormously. Just
And I think you
enormously.
simply learn from the best, right? Who else is going to
Absolutely.
teach you how to play the game at better? Of course, it's the best place in the world. It's the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, and Fabiano Caruana, and everybody else. So I definitely do agree with what Yasser said. And there's another question.
What is it like?
Yasser is probably slightly more experienced than I am. He has played in 10 Olympiads. I have played only in 6.
What is it like to be a
be?
part of an Olympiad experience? What makes it memorable? First of all, I think, Artur, as you said it well, it's not an individual competition, it's a team competition. So what makes an Olympiad experience memorable is the fact that as a team, you played together. And of course, if it was a successful Olympiad, that is to say, you medaled, some teammate got a grandmaster norm, something of that magnitude happens that makes it marvelous. It's fantastic. Also, it's just the memories of maybe going out to a park, a beach, taking a trip together where something really fun and maybe even stupid happened.
And I think it's also quite important to mention, this is a social gathering. I mean, it's not only a team event. Imagine yourself. Everybody goes to the Olympiad. I mean, the British chess legend Nigel Short even tweeted, if you're not in Chennai, you're not a chess player. I mean, it's a joke, of course, but when you're in the circuit and you play these games, you know a lot of people like from other countries, and you go to Olympiad, it's a gathering. You see a lot of friends, you see a lot of faces, some people you haven't seen for years. So of course you want to play in one of the most prestigious, if not the most prestigious team event of every 2 years, but you meet a lot of friends, and that's what it makes it really special. You're fighting for your country, you're playing in this amazing huge team event, so the atmosphere is something special.
Exactly. And finally, another question before we jump to the games. What is the role of a team captain? And I think that's a wonderful, wonderful question. And it all depends upon your perspective. If your perspective is like mine as a player, the role of the team captain is very simple: to make me as happy as I possibly can be. You know, he should provide me food. He should provide me with the bulletins. He should tell me when I'm playing, when I'm not playing. And he should wake up each and every day with one concern: how can I make Yasser happy? So that's so that's my view of what the role of the team captain should be.
Sounds like an ideal captain, but I think captain also assigns who is going to play. I mean,
that's the conventional approach.
Conventional.
I mean, the conventional approach is the team captain is there to decide the lineups, and sometimes it's very, very, very hard. For those of you who watched our broadcast yesterday, I mentioned a story of Judith Polgar when I had to take her out of the lineup for the rest of the world. She was angry. She was ferociously angry. And only when she beat Garry Kasparov did she say, "I'm back in business, right?" As a captain, you want to put your best foot forward, your best team forward. Sometimes somebody's playing bad. Sometimes people don't match up well with one another. So the role of the team captain is to try to get that lineup that is going to produce the best result. And sometimes you make people upset. Sorry, Artur.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I mean,
no, it's all right.
Sometimes also the team captain attends these gatherings of team captains, like there's the technical meeting, you have to go there, you get information for your team, and you're going to say, listen, this is the time control, this is when you're supposed to wake up, this is the schedule. And I think also the team captain assigns the list of the players for the next round. I think physically he has to like bring the sheet or do it online. I'm not really sure.
Exactly. Today it's online. It's online. There's a special app that the team captains go to, and they have to submit the lineup. By the way, there's a lot of stories, Artur, maybe you're aware. In my day, the lineup had to be submitted by, let's say, 11 in the morning. The round starts at 1. And if the team captain didn't put in the lineup that he was supposed to, then it's automatically the top 4 boards.
Yes. That's
Like
how it
that,
was.
that's the default situation. So sometimes the captain oversleeps and there's a wild knock on the door. You're playing today. No, I'm not. It was decided last night that I'm not playing. The dude didn't put in the lineup. Oh man, I hate this. So yeah, the team captain gets, and by the way, another role of the team captain is the team captain gets all the blame. It's very important. Any failures that the team has, team captain, he's the culprit. He's the, and if the team's successful, the players get all the credit. That's very important. So team captains get beat up all the time. That's very important. The tradition has to be kept, right, Artur?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's hard to be team captain. Many
Very
teams
hard.
have separate people for that.
Yeah.
Not all of them. But I mean, this is still quite a responsibility. So if you would check the lineup, there's a lot of grandmasters. Very often in the team lineups, they're the captains, but they're not playing. I mean, the player can be the captain, but it's not always. It's extra responsibility. So, I mean, if I'm a player, I don't want to be a captain. I tell you honestly, I mean, this is something on top of my mind. I have to worry about. I have to worry about everybody. I just want to solely focus on my game.
Exactly.
All right, yes, sir. What do we do?
Yeah, well, let's jump. Okay, this is Magnus. We just saw the move Queen B3, and I think that's a very decent move by White. On a good, like, if you put a bad move for Magnus for just a moment, Queen takes B3, A takes B3. Oops, sorry. Yeah, Queen B3, A B3, and you put a bad move for Black, A7, A6. So the idea is, obviously, Magnus wants to play bishop b5. You go knight to a3, and you stop bishop b5, but at the same time, yes, exactly, Arturs, you got it instantly. Knight to c2, d4. That's your ideal square. It's a outpost in the center of the board that the knight on d4 can be challenged by its colleague, but it can't be pushed back by a pawn. So this, in my view, would be a very favorable outcome, the queen trade, the chain structure. But if you look at the minor pieces, the bishop on d3 is better, more active than its colleague. The knight, when it gets to c2 and d4, will be better than its colleague. So advantage White in this case, and I think the move queen b3 really challenges Magnus and says, okay, you're the world champion. You're going to have to beat me from an inferior position. How are you going to do it? That's going to be a challenge. It's not really
so simple. I mean, one thing is trying to equalize the game. The second, you have to think deeper. You have to think how I'm supposed to win this game.
Exactly.
That's a different story. And while we're on that, let's move on to the second board where Aryan Tari is playing against Luca Moroni.
And what do we have here? Okay, hanging pawns on c5 and d4. This looks almost like it came from a they called it the TMB in my days, the Tartakova-Makedonov-Bondarevsky system, except I'm seeing a bishop on g2, so I suspect it came more from a Catalan.
That again, what was the title?
The Tartakova-Makedonov-Bondarevsky variation, TMB.
That's a very long one, yeah.
Yeah, that's why they called it the TMB. That was the variation that was played in the 1972 World Championship between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky, and there was a Soviet training camp with Boris, and it was asked, well, what if Bobby doesn't play e4? Everybody kind of stopped and said, what do you mean? What if Bobby plays d4? And Spassky famously answered, well, I'll play my Queen's Gambit and make a draw. And that was the Queen a4, Queen a3, e2, e4, bishop c4 game. So I'm looking at the Queen on a3. I'm looking at the hanging pawns, and I'm thinking, oh, we got here from the TMB, but because the bishop is on g2, I suspect we got here from a ready Catalan move order. My opinion is that the hanging pawn structure is great, as in good, when there's a lot of pieces on the board. When there's not a lot of pieces on the board, the player with the hanging pawn structure is going to suffer. At the moment, we only have one trade of dark squared bishops. So I think black is okay.
Yeah, structurally wise, I think black is, structurally wise, black is slightly worse because he has 3 pawn islands.
Right.
White has 2. And there's the eternal question. Are they hanging pawns? So what is a hanging pawn? These are hanging pawns. There's a special term for that in chess. Are there a strength or weakness? And it really, really depends how do you play them out. So black goes here. He's confident. There's strength. So
yes.
Arian plays here with white. He says, no, they're going to be a weakness in the long term. So who is going to be right? We're going to see.
That's the battle of ideas. And one of the nice things that black game includes already is the pawn, the black pawn, and this is so vitally important. It's crazy important, is on a5. If that black pawn were on the a7 square, white could post up his queen on the a5 square, and black's pieces would feel a little claustrophobic on the queen side. But thanks to the fact that the pawn is on a5, it's ready to rush to a4, as you were just saying, Arturs, so that you could get rid of your pawn island, right? If black could play a4 takes b3 and provoke white to play a2 takes b3, 2 pawn islands to 2 pawn islands, nobody is superior.
He could have done it already. He could have played right now a4. He did not.
Then
so this is interesting. He played h6. And he says, like, okay, listen, I can always play a4 whenever I want, right? So h6 is not going to hurt. It's a luft for my king, just in case take care of the g5 square. Just show what you want to do here. And look on the clock, Yasser. So black has 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock. So this means he should be about it in the preparation. And Arian's 47 minutes spells something.
Yeah, that first of all, I'm shocked, like shocked with a double exclamation mark. Like, really? Why would you not play a5, a4 in that position? Why would you play h7, h6, a move? I think you can always play h6, but whew. Okay, let's jump to another board. I think that black is doing fine in that game. And
black is doing fine. And Lodicha against her, right?
Yeah. I'm told that it looks like Lanier Dominguez is repeating moves in the USA match, so that might be a draw. Oh, this nice Nimzo Indian with f3. Yeah,
so
really.
Maybe as soon as we get indeed a draw, we can very quickly check the Dominguez game, right? So there's a word that indeed they're about to repeat their game. But yesterday about this Nimzo of a3, I'm a coach myself, and when I'm usually showing these structures to my student, I say, you never play a3 yourself with white. Why? Because black is going to take on c3 anyway. And my idea is that, would you in this position play a3 if the pawn is on a2? The obvious answer is no. Why would I want to do that? And then I show this order of the moves. So what if now you play a3? The answer is, oh, now it's a fine move. Right. So indeed, theory is moving on and it's crazy, but let's go back to this position a bit later, because indeed they are about to repeat position. Dominguez against Pansulaya is going to be a draw.
Yeah. And again, you draw with black, you put pressure on your opponent. This was the knight e1 to d3, this very crafty idea. And let's see how it, when we left it, we had just seen the move b7, b6. What occurred thereafter? Oh, b4. He did play it. And
he did play it.
And Lanier captured, and he's offering the exchange on a8. White wanted nothing to do with that exchange.
Boom, now b5. Look at this move.
Wow.
Yes. It's a beautiful move, right? Knight b5. You take it, the rook is under attack, and you have no choice, I guess. Take with the queen. Rook c7, 2 pieces are under attack. Rook c6. You could have played rook d8, because there's going to be rook d6. You cannot do that.
That wins for white. Yep. So you have.
There's no choice.
Wow, it almost looks like one of those grandmaster draws we would make, years ago, because everything that happened in this game just had that appearance of forcing. That everything seemed forced. So a quality game on board.
Dominguez got the job done. I think if you're talking about the team strategy is black is holding, white is trying to either win, or I'm using Yasser's explanation, gain an advantage.
Yes,
he did it for the team, right? Draw, fine. I lost 2 rating points. Who cares, right? I mean, as long as the team benefits. So first draw.
Cool. Let's jump back to where we were, actually.
I think it was Hammer game.
Yes. We just seen Tari, and we were explaining that, in our opinion, A5. But also, what I wanted to say in this game, the same-ish variation of the Nimzo Indian A2, A3 was very popular. You want to say in the 30s, 40s, 50s. And then by the time we got to my generation of the 80s, it was considered unplayable, like just bad. And there were a lot of model games where black just won thanks to these double pawns. But I really want to give Alexei Shirov some credit here, because he infused these lines with ideas of F3. And I think without A3, you would play F3. And then later he would sometimes come back to the move A. So he would play F3, and when his opponent played D5, sometimes then he would play A3, thanks to the fact that he had encouraged the move D5. So he did it in different move orders, and he came up with some, let's face it, brilliant ideas, and a new generation of ideas with this F3. Let's see what happens. Yeah, F3.
Yeah, so white is grabbing center. And one of the most interesting things that I love about the modern engines is that, like you said, it was considered to be that this line is not playable
at all,
mainly because of the pawn on c4. And guess what? The modern engines, they do not care. They literally do not care about the pawn on c4. So very often, white just grabs that space at the king side, gets to bishops. Black is, coming to get the pawn on c4, and white just gives it away, just like that. And this is a very typical idea for the Nimzo.
Yeah, very cool. And what happened after? Yeah, that knight on e5 was bothersome. But F4, it almost looks like an overreach. White center looks like it could come under a lot of pressure after F4. Okay.
But this is not how you usually play, right? Because I don't recognize this plan at all.
No, me either. So when we came to this game originally, one of the things that chess is, a lot of players, a lot of people, especially those who don't play chess, have completely the wrong conception of chess. So a lot of players, a lot of people, my mom, she's saying, oh, my brilliant son. My son is brilliant. Look at him. He's a chess grandmaster. He's so brilliant. No, I know a lot of patterns. I'm familiar with a lot of patterns. And so if I'm better in chess than an 1800 rated player or 2000 rated player, it's because I've just seen over thousands of games, a lot of chess patterns, and I recognize and I'm familiar with it. So when we came to this game, Artur, the first thing I had I was tasered. This isn't like any pattern that I know. Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, somebody just turned off my database. What's going on? How did we get here? Rook A2, nice move, as the rook is ready to come across the second rank without having to move the bishop on C1.
I like it. It's move. It's weird, but prove my stamp of approval. I mean, I like it. It's interesting. It's interesting fight. So, I mean, maybe in the long term, black is going to prove that this pawn on c4 indeed is a weakness. But the prospect for white is that there could be something brewing at the king side.
Yeah, on a good day, ideas of knight h5, rook f2, and you can see the play. And it's going to be based on f4, f5 kind of things. From black's perspective, the counterplay isn't so immediate. Like where you move your rook to d8, yay, develop the rook, wonderful. But what exactly do you do next? If you go for e5, white will play f5. If you go for d5, White is very
Very
happy
responsible
to trade.
move, yeah?
Yeah, White is very happy to trade off his doubled pawn and then go e5. So I think the challenges are more severe for Black than for White. We'll keep an eye on this game. Yeah, this kind of thing, you take on e4, you go bishop c4 check. Yeah, you make a case. I got the two bishops, and yeah, I've got a great game.
Yeah, let's very quickly wrap up at the Christensen game against Francesco Sonis. This is the fourth board. Looks like Italian game. Not much is happening here yet, but there might be some sacrifices on f3.
Absolutely.
Right? So bishop f3, rook f3 is, if I'm White, I'm definitely worried about it, because I have the greatest respect for the exchange sacrifices, and I'm a big fan of former world champion Tigran Petrosyan, his legendary ways to give away the rook. But what do you think, Yasser? We probably also need to pay attention to some other teams, and I'm thinking maybe we go now over the ladies, right?
Let's do it.
We haven't seen them today at all, and let's jump into the ladies tournament and see what is going on there.
Well, we, as I like to say, I like to pay our respects to the highest rated lady in the field, and that, of course, is Humvi Canero, the number one seed, number one player for the India squad. And how is she doing? And by the way, who does India play today?
She's not playing. She's not playing.
Oh, well, in that case, let's go back. Too bad. Okay, that was all we could share. No, seriously, England versus India. Of course, thank you for the when we came.
So
on
Harika is playing the top board today for Team India.
Right. By the way, Harika is one of those players who would be number one board for any country in the world. I mean, she's just an amazingly strong grandmaster, being number two. Wow, what a team. Okay, it's a Queen's Gambit declined, and I recently have been seeing this, and it must be an engine generated and approved line b7 b5, because I've been seeing top players playing this move b5, and I got to tell you, if you put the last move back one, if you go back to the 1900s, like literally from 1890 to 1990, nobody on earth in the top 10 is playing b7 b5.
This is so wrong.
It's just wrong.
That's a weakness on c5. The pawn on c6 is weak. How dare you play like that?
Exactly.
The first century.
Exactly. And I can only say that this has to be engine approved, because b7 b5 makes a kind of a taser, like electric shock in my system. Like, why do you do this? Why do you weaken the pawn on c6? Why did Black do that?
I mean, in the classical sense, how I treat the Carlsen structure, because this is the Carlsen structure.
Sure.
So I do believe, I'm not sure, yes, or probably you're going to agree with me, but I do believe that the pawn chain is usually like showing us the way, right? There's the sign. I mean, you have to look this way. And I look here, I see Black. He has the pawns, b7, c6, d5. So the direction is look this way, right? Look at the king side. So I'm supposed to do something here, but White has a lot of pieces here, so it's easier said than done. And then we look from the White's perspective. I had the pawns on f2, e3, d4, and it shows the direction of the queen side, right?
Exactly.
So create something there. I mean, play a3, b4, b5, create a weakness on c6. Well, and then step in the engines. And they go, most like b5, this is something else.
Exactly. Throw my knowledge experience in the trash can of history. you're out of here. You're out of here. b7, b5, and it's really remarkable that something like this, it doesn't just lose right away. Knight takes b5 and bishop c7. That would work if there was a Black bishop on e7, by the way. That'd be an embarrassing way of getting your queen trapped.
So for the sake of the argument, I'm going to make it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's not what you want to do. Oops. So that's why the bishop is on f8. But okay, what can I say? We're going to have to see how this game unravels. What else is happening on this England versus India match? Who are the
Right. So here Vaishali hasn't achieved much. Maybe while we are at the second board, we could also show this following card of the team players. Here
Okay.
you see that Connor Humby is the top board.
Yep. And Harika, as we're saying, Humby takes a break today. So at the bottom four players, if you will, are Team India. And as you were mentioning, Harika is playing board one. And the game that you have currently showed, is that Jovanka Huska? Jovi?
Yeah, that's no, wait, what? No, this is Vaishali against Toma Katarzyna, no?
Sorry, I saw something flash by. Got these dual monitors opening as I.
Okay. No, this is Vaishali's game, and Katarina Toma,
So what's going
she
on
has
here?
a good game here. I mean, she sacrificed a pawn, but she's down 2 pawns, but I imagine that somehow black can liquidate this very quickly.
Queen takes e4 or something. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, maybe here.
Okay, knight d2. I mean, still isn't black the one struggling here? Rook a2.
Yeah, but I think this pawn is gonna drop somehow. I don't know really how.
I was thinking it was queen takes e4 from the very start, and then you could
Oh,
go
I missed the pawn on e4. Oh, you're spotting a lot better than I am.
Yeah. We would say good morning.
Good morning from Riga. Yeah.
Good morning from Riga. Exactly. And then I was thinking knight c3, and I would say, okay, I've got the open B file, and one day after a move, I don't care. Queen h4. Just get the queen out of the way. Just
okay.
Yeah. And you would play rook b8, and you would say, thanks to the beautiful bishop on the long diagonal, that extra pawn by white it won't play for a long while. In the meantime,
and this is really the chess at its best, because again, thanks to the evolution of the chess engines, we come to understand chess better and better, and engines don't really shy away from sacrificing pawns for long-term pressure. And this, you show, for example, this position to experienced player, he's going to tell you like in 3 seconds, maybe even less, 2 seconds, that black has full compensation, he's doing great, that there's no chances realistically for white to play this for the win. Of course, everything can still happen.
Absolutely. And we'll go down the next game. If it's easily available for you to
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, okay.
So Tanya Sachdev is playing the black against Lan. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Okay, everything is good. No, I was slightly confused about the flag.
The flag?
Yeah, about the flag. That's Chinese flag. Which flag is it? Yeah, Chinese flag. But
what? Chinese?
Yeah, but this is England.
Okay. That's just.
That's why I'm slightly confused. I saw it, and no, we are talking about Team England. Apparently, they switched federation.
Clever. Midstream, so to speak. By the way, just on that note, now that you mentioned it, during the Olympiad in 1988, I want to say Thessaloniki, my team captain, you asked, and I answered, what is the role of the team captain? Well, John Donaldson, my team captain, ran off, eloped with the first board of the Soviet women's team. He ran away with Elena Ashmalovskaya during the Olympiad. So what does the team captain do? Yeah, he runs away. Elena, I think, had scored something unbelievable, like 7 out of 9 or 7 out of 8, pardon me. And that was pretty funny. Okay, 94. It's like
him to get some sacrifices on G5.
Right?
Something like this.
Oh, that's got danger all written all over it. I think F5 is asking for
This is just not a responsible move to play. Never, never.
Your team captain, he has a heart attack after the move F5 is released on the board. You don't do that to your team captain. You got to keep it friendly.
Yeah, so this sacrifice on G5 definitely is an option. So maybe let's continue to observe other games and move to the board 4. Bhakti Kulkarni for Team India is playing against Akshaya Kalayalan. Hope I spelled that correctly.
Wow, and you pronounce it correctly. Good for you.
Whoa. Is this correct?
Wait a minute. I like Black's position if this is correct. Because Bishop A6 is a monster move. Not only will that come with a tempo, it will mean that White's king gets trapped in the center of the board. I think White's done something wrong in that position, the London system as well.
How can you misplay London?
Very carefully.
Was not a very good move for whatever reason.
What did you say? A responsible move? It was
not a responsible move. I'm not sure why e takes on d4 was not play. Maybe she missed some tactical shots here. Take it. Take it.
Oh.
This is what This is what she missed. So she had to adjust. She had to adjust. She played h4 and Black was immediately up. I see something, I take on d4. Now White's like, oops, daisy, what did I do? I have to adjust. And this just made things a lot worse.
A lot worse. Yeah, this has gone wrong. Okay.
All right. I think we move on because there's also the second board. Both Muzichuk sisters are playing today for Team Ukraine.
Yeah.
Team Ukraine is playing against Slovakia.
Nice. I always thought that was a wonderful story of the chess world. It's been told many times, so apologies that I'm just repeating. Anna and her sister Maria have been really, really powerful players in the women's game for the better part, I'm going to say, 15 years. But it was genuinely recognized that Anna, the older sister, was actually stronger. But then it was the younger sister who became world champion. And it was sort of like, what? So there you see the cameras. Our camera system's working very nicely today. Big shout out to our production team in India to make sure we actually get the proper feeds or bringing up the feeds as we are talking about the Ukrainian team. And what game do you have in front of us, Artur?
So that's Eva Repkova, the top player for Slovakia against Anna.
Okay.
And actually, the first impression, yes, sir. I'm looking at this position. I like White. Yes. Why do I like it? Because I have a feeling that something is brewing at a king side. Right? You have some pieces there. There's queen, the knight, and the bishop, e5, etc. And then I look at the bar. The bar says Black is kind of better. And that makes me think maybe not everything is as it seems. So clearly something is not working well for White.
Well, okay, I sit there and I say, I look at the activity of the pieces and I see that White's active pieces, but Black's pieces are not bad. I mean, everything on the Black side, the king looks very responsible on h7, the bishop e6, bishop g7, knight c6. There's a Black pawn on d4. It's a passer. I mean, we all understand this bishop on d6 could at a certain moment go to the c7 square, and that's an oopsie daisy. We could potentially drop an exchange to that, but we could defend that threat multiple ways, rook d7, rook c8. So I wouldn't be unfavorable with Black. I wouldn't think that my opening has been a failure, or necessarily for that matter, that White's opening has been a success. I kind of think it's a balanced position, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel balanced at the moment.
Yes, sir. There's a question. There's a question from YouTube chat, a featured chat. Yeah. Remember, the viewers, you can ask it. Let me read it. What are the limits of what a player can discuss with their captain, assuming that you cannot discuss the moves?
Exactly. There are no limits in terms of that. If I went to my captain and I said, do you think the German philosopher Nietzsche was right? It was like, what? Uh, Obviously, I cannot discuss the moves of the game. I can ask my captain very salient question. Do you want me to play for a draw or do you want me to play for a win? That's the extent of what I can discuss about the game. As far as I'm concerned, if I go to my captain and say, hey, what's today? He says, Friday. Is it chicken salad day? No, it's pizza day. So tonight it's pizza, and we're having a conversation about dinner. Yeah, mostly the players are now training themselves not to talk
I
during
mean,
the play.
yes, this
So
brought me up some very nice memories from the
please.
2016 Olympiad in Baku, because when I was playing for Team Latvia, I think we were playing, I don't remember which team, but there was this rule. There was this rule that in order for you to go to the restrooms, you had to ask for a permission. And don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. You had to ask for permission and to the arbiter. And everybody is like, understands it's a formality, but you have to ask it, otherwise you can't leave.
Ridiculous,
so what happens?
yeah.
I'm playing this one match and I'm approaching the guy sitting there and I'm saying, listen, can I go? He's like, what? I'm like, again, can I go, please? Right? I have to. He's like, what do you want of me? And I repeat the question. He says, my dear boy, I'm the captain of the opposing team. What do you want me to say here?
Not the arbiter you thought you were talking to.
I had no idea. I had no idea who it is. I mean, is he the captain? Is he the arbiter?
Okay.
He's just sitting there. I thought he's the arbiter, but apparently, I mean, there were from time to time these strange rules, right? I mean,
of course.
they appear, then they disappear for good very quickly, but it's quite fun.
Thank God. Okay, so now you triggered me into a rant. So usually what happens, and this is a bureaucratic snafu. Somebody at the FIDE says, we've got to make an Olympic committee. Yes, an Olympic committee. Yes, of course. So we're going to get together a group of horses, and they're going to be on the Olympic committee. Yes. And then the group of horses on this committee decide that they are responsible horses and they have to make some kind of rules, because otherwise they're not justified in sitting on a committee. How could you say, I'm on a committee? What have you done on the committee? Nothing. Well, why did we need a committee? So they make rules. So one of the rules they came up with, which was hilarious, is you needed to ask permission to go to the bathroom. I was furious about this. And at the captain's meeting, because I was the captain for the women's team, I protested and everything. They said, no. We're not here to discuss. You're here to obey. And you must ask permission to go to the bathroom. I said, look, I haven't asked permission to go to the bathroom since I was in elementary school. I do not ask permission to go to the bathroom. Then some woman from the US Virgin Islands said, I think it's a wonderful rule. And I was like, what? Right. I was furious. Okay, so.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. So the second board is Maria Mazurchuk, the younger sister of Anna. She's playing against Zuzana Borosova. I like the space advantage here.
Absolutely. White, there's a pawn on a6 versus a pawn on c4. White is much better.
Yeah, so this pawn on a6, I mean, if you're talking about in the long term, maybe black has a chance to organize an outside pass pawn. But still, I mean, if this knight from c5 disappears, white pushes for the c pawn, he creates himself a protected pass pawn in the center, which almost always is better. Let's move on. Let's check what else is here. I mean, this game is just heating up.
Okay.
Natalia Buksa, Team Ukraine, is playing against Zuzana Khagarova.
Nice French defense with opposite color, opposite king position, opposite sides. Whoever gets there first with the mostest wins. And I'm not adverse to black's position. Why? Because if I'm attacking white's king on b1 and white is attacking my king on g8, I already have the half open c file. So I think that black can easily get to B1 faster than white can get to G8, but there are space advantages on white side of the table as well. For me, this is dynamically unclear.
Yes, sir. I tell you honestly, I never understood these positions correctly because sometimes in these French positions, black plays b5, and
Right.
all I see is some dark square weaknesses here. And then in the long term, somehow those dark square weaknesses don't really play a role, and black actually checkmates you at the queen side. So it's really, really tricky and unclear, like you said.
Exactly, it really is. And again, the wonderful experience can do you very well. And what other games from the Ukrainian ladies?
So the fourth board of Team Ukraine is
Yes.
Yulia Osmak with the black color playing against Svetlana Suchikova, Catalan, right?
Something like this Catalan Reti kind of business. But here we see a completely different pawn structure where you take a white pawn from C2 off the board, and we take a black pawn from A7 off the board. And normally that trade is very, very favorable for black. The half open A file means black is the one for choice. But the difference is knight on E5. And if we can get an E2, E4 quickly, I can understand. If black gets to play rook C8 and knight D7 takes E5, I'm going to really, in a very big way, prefer black's position.
Right. Yeah. So that is definitely a wonderful plan.
Yep.
I think this trade sort of favors white. I mean, I do believe that you want to keep your pawn structure as healthy as possible. Right. So black has just one island. Yeah. Right. We discussed a couple of times already. White has two islands.
Island, yeah.
Yeah, there's semi-open file for black. I think Osmak is quite happy with the position. I'm thinking how to extract more. I think what we do now is we're going to check one more match from the ladies tournament, which is Team Georgia playing against Czech Republic, and then we're going to move back to the open tournament. What do you think?
Absolutely wonderful. And big embarrassment on my side yesterday. I couldn't remember her name. She's a giantess of the world of chess, Maya Chiberdanitsa, the dominant women's world champion in her time. I think she's the earliest, youngest world champion ever in both the women's and the open. I think she was like 16, 17 when she won her first women's world championship title. But Maya Chiberdanitsa, Georgia, a great tradition in women's chess. What do we have here?
Looks like Rosalimo, my first instinct. This also bears some resemblance to the first game of the world championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Caruana was with white, Magnus was with black. They got pretty much a similar structure, which is not really unique for the match, but I mean, this is how they usually, what they're aiming for. And what I find it quite interesting is that white temporarily holds the extra pawn on E5.
Yeah, well, if you would put a black pawn on E5 and a white pawn on F2, I would be with you 100% thinking this is a Rosalimo. I'm thinking white got an F4, and F4 takes E5.
Yeah, it's not Rosalimo.
Somehow very quickly.
But it looks like Rosalimo.
How did she do that? That's like, I want to be able to do that. I like white's position.
Yeah, I also like it. So I guess something like 95 could be played. But again, if you play something like 95, you're slightly concerned. There might be the spin. Maybe the pawn is not going anywhere. And I think also black is waiting for white commit to the move h3, right? And then I'm going to snatch the pawn on e5 for free. And the white has made a hook on h3, maybe something I can exploit later. So yeah, it's interesting. Let's check the second board, do we?
Please.
Nino Basashvili, one of the strongest Georgian players, a grandmaster herself, is playing against Joanna Vorek. What is this?
No idea. No idea. it almost looks like some kind of a Scandinavian, I want to say, but not quite.
Oh, yes, sir.
No way.
Yeah, it
I
happened.
mentioned Mickey Adams versus Magnus Carlsen from an Olympiad some time ago, where Magnus played this incredibly bad idea. And hey, you know, imitation is the greatest form of flattery, right?
Magnus's legacy lives.
Yeah, I'm sure he would like to bury it under. Never happened. Go away. Leave me alone. Okay, so
That's
wow.
both sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
Which White did not accept.
No, very clever, crafty. Now it looks like an Alekines of sorts. Now it looks like something I don't even know what it's called. Okay, now that I have the experience of what happened at the opening, now I'm willing to say Black has done a lot of things that are wrong. and I really like White's position a lot.
Yeah, White looks really good.
The
Really
bishop
good.
on c8 is not making a very happy impression.
Now, here White needs to figure out what to do with the pawn on b2, because, for example, if
Exactly.
you play something like bishop b3, the pawn on d4 is under attack.
I apologize. Could I start with a3?
You're like,
I want
you're a
to.
trickster.
Yeah, put your hand in the cookie jar, and I'll trap your queen.
Yep. The hand is trapped.
Yep.
All right. This is
So-
a very nice trick. Yeah, a3.
Well,
look at that.
I just wanted to say that after knight d5, I'm not sure that the b2 pawn, it feels like it could be poison, and maybe I don't have to play a3, but just to give an indication that, well, you may not really want to take it. And maybe another offering, and I don't offer my pawns lightly, I want to emphasize, knight to e4, queen takes b2, you're a glutton, welcome. And I don't know, c2, c3, bishop e5, the queen again is just kind of, I want to say, offside. And the fact that you have double pawns on the c file means that extra pawn that you nibbled on isn't so meaningful.
Yeah, this is clearly an idea. Clearly an idea for Nino to consider here. While she's considering, let's check the third board.
Yeah.
Nelia Salome is playing against, with Black against Karolina Pilshova.
Whoa, this looks like one of those Sveshnikovs, but with opposite color bishops. With the fact that White's king is still in the center is a bit of a shock. You know, like why isn't the king safe?
The king is not supposed to be here, right? It's supposed
Right.
to be here.
It's supposed to be tucked away. Remember to tuck your king away. First impressions, Black is very, very happy.
So we have the Sveshnikov, highly topical line,
Yeah.
which for many years, many decades was considered to be dubious, but Grandmaster Yevgeny Sveshnikov, who unfortunately passed away last year, he continued to believe that this line is really playable, and it is. It's one of the main lines today in the Sicilian defense.
No question about it. When Magnus Carlsen, one of the great strategic positional players of all time, adopts it as his main defense in a world championship match title, you couldn't ask for a greater stamp of approval.
Indeed. So Black is looking great. I think the White king is stuck in the center. Queen b6. I think this is the first move which jumps to my mind. Target the pawn on b2, rook c2 ideas. White is gonna suffer slightly. I'm slightly concerned for White.
I have no doubts either. Again, your three goals, your fair share of the center, effective squares for your pieces, safe king. Look at the position, look at those opening goals from Black's point of view. Black's developed effective squares for his pieces, her fair share of the center control and safe king. Look at it from white's perspective. I see a rook on h1 hasn't moved. I see a bishop on f1. I know the rook on a1 has already moved, but in truth, we'd say the rook hasn't moved. No development for white. King in the center. Bad opening play.
For black, it's check, check, check. Everything is done. For white,
Right. Yeah.
not so much.
Check
All right,
marks.
let's move on. Let's move
Please.
on.
Let's do
Mariana
it.
Bidze, the forward board of Georgian team, is playing against Anna Marie Kubova.
Easy for you to say.
But
And
Vinny could
we
be
have-
proud of this position.
A very, almost an ideal model position for white. A lot of players, I hear you saying, look at that awful bishop on b2. Yes, but that awful bishop on b2 could be a very strong bishop once you see the move e3, e4, in combination with the move knight f5 being played. And Michael Bodvinik proved that white's position is for choice, advantage white.
For some reason, the first game which jumps to my mind is his immortal game against Capablanca.
Capablanca.
Yes.
Still one of the great beauties. In the world of Go, I don't know if you play the game of Go, but in the world of Go, one of the things that the Go players are trained to do, almost from the very start, is there's considered 100 greatest games of Go that were ever played. And you have to memorize them.
Right.
That's just how you become a great Go player, is you take these 100 games of Go and you memorize them. And if you did that for chess, the game you just cited, Bodvinik versus Capablanca, would be one of those 100 games
Yeah, for sure.
of chess.
For sure. One of the
You have to
golden-
memorize, this game. Okay, nice. And what about, I was going to say the next ladies match.
Right. What else is there on the list? There's Team Poland against Vietnam. Yeah, maybe let's do it like very quickly. Let's check how Team Poland is doing. And now
Sure.
that Alina Kashlinskaya has switched her federation from Russia to Poland, she's been married to
Oh.
Polish, one of the strongest grandmasters, Radoslav Wojtaszek, for many years.
Okay,
So,
and she's
yeah,
switched federations.
I think we have to check. By the way, I remember I have played against Alina, and I was always so proud that I have such a great record against women players, right? I mean,
Right.
you know, right, Yasser? We men, right? We don't have to lose against women normally.
We've got our sexist attitudes, and
Battle of
we
the
like to
sexes,
keep
right.
them. Yeah.
And then we play some, I think it was over the board rapid game. And I was like, okay, I'm with black. I'm gonna deal with this. She just crushed me. Just crushed me completely. And Alina is such a strong player. I could definitely feel the power of the Russian school. And she also, I think, is slightly helped by Radoslav in some of the opening preparations. Very
Sure.
nice lady. So yeah, she's playing here for the board of Team Poland now.
Well, yeah, for me, the Polgar sisters turned the chess world upside down. You know, unfortunately, that sexism that I just referenced existed in a very big way in chess. And then in the 80s and 90s, especially, and then the 2000s, the Polgar sisters came along and they said, look, we're taking scalps. And Judith and her older sister, Susan, and Sophie, the middle, Sophie had one of the greatest results ever, and like in the history of the game. I think she scored something like 9.5 out of 10 in an important Italian Swiss Open. I mean, it was like a 3,000 plus TPR. Judith Polgar became a candidate in the Open, San Luis, you'll remember, and also a world's top 10 player. Beat just a whole bevy of top grandmasters, including Garry Kasparov. And Susan was the real trailblazer. So today, when you start talking about women's chess, they can beat anybody. They really can. And no shame whatsoever playing against these top women. They bring it. And they're
Yeah,
very
amazing,
fierce
amazing
too.
how the level has increased lately. And we already talked about women chess. I mean, it's so strong lately,
Yep.
right? So very, very competitive. And I think in something like 10 years, we're going to get another Judith Polgar definitely playing the top 10.
Who
Right.
leads
So here,
on?
Alina is doing great. She has a great attack on the
Right.
king side.
Yeah. And this is the Polish profile, the Polish team.
Yeah, here you
I was
see this is
thinking
the team
Monica
Poland.
Sacco. Yeah, she's been around, boy, quite some time. Yeah.
Monica, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. All right. I'm still watching the stream chat. Sorry, and just want to shout back at the stream that thank you for all your compliments. I'm seeing them. I'm not calling them out, but it's just great to be covering what is really a crown jewel in the world of chess is our Olympics. It's a biannual event every 2 years. And because of the pandemic, it's like the first time in 4 years that the players are getting together. And it feels like a celebration. But certainly, Archers, for us, it feels like, yay, the chess world is back.
Yeah.
The chess family is back.
So yeah, Monica and Bartosz Stoczko, they're one of the most famous couples in chess, definitely in Poland. Wonderful couple. I also know Bartosz very well. So also professional chess player, about 2600. I think he's probably also in Chennai right now. I didn't really check it. Maybe as not really as a player, but as a coach or captain. Probably he's there. So while we talk about it, we move to the Monica's game, right?
Yeah, by the way, the position that you have up, I just see that the last move by Black was the move. King on f7 to g8, and this looks totally awful for Black. I'm seeing knight g5 and knight takes d5 variations that are just going to destroy Black's king. For example, knight g5 can threaten checkmate on h7. If you defend the pawn with the rook, then I have knight takes h7, happily picking up an important pawn shield. If you go queen to e7, I've got this knight takes d5, and that's also a curtains for Black. I mean, queen g7 will only trade queens and allow knight c7. So I think we're actually coming in too late for this one. The curtain is about to fall.
Right. Indeed. Yeah, so White has very powerful attack.
Right.
Let's check very quickly. Yeah, let's check very quickly. Also, Monica Stoczko, second board, appears to be doing all right.
Yeah, I like it. I like it for White. Just the small advantage, I'd say.
For White, right?
Yeah.
Mainly, I guess, because of the d5 square.
It's easier for White to make the breaks f4 as well as d4. I always look at who gets the right to open up the position. And from Black's point of view, Black is not playing f5, not playing d5 anytime soon. That's why I just think it's slightly better for White. And our next game, Artur?
The next game is that board 3, Lydia Kalbasa playing against Mai Kang Nguyen.
Wow, this is a mess. But this last move, queen e2, can really cause a readjustment in your attitude. I mean, I'm looking at that f2 pawn, and I say, don't reach across the board and take the rook. That f2 pawn. Last move, queen a6 to e2, was frightening.
Yeah, trying to exploit the weakened king and also get some help for the bishop on h4, because queen h3 was about to get really annoying for the bishop on h4. This is one of the common ideas here. Yeah, here g4, knight h4, and one of the common tricks for White is to trap the bishop. Very responsible move, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
No, that move, queen e2, was not a part of White's agenda, I can promise you that.
And this is the fourth board.
Okay.
The fourth board is Götz Bach with White against Maria Malichka.
Well,
White has some problems with the king.
True, and the problems with the material as well. I do think that white, thanks to the double pawns, has some compensation, but this move, Queen G5, can really shut down white's attack against those double pawns. And therefore, we've just got to say that it's black for choice.
And black has an extra pawn, right? So
you recognize the truth, the how do you say, the depth of the position, the extra pawn. Yes,
yeah,
correct.
All right, indeed. So black is doing great, Marie is doing great, Team Poland is doing great. So Yasser, I think we are going to make another break here for something like 5 minutes. Dear viewers, please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes with the open tournament. Hope you're liking it so far. Don't go anywhere.
By the way, I think we're going to also treat no, I think we already did that. We showed a profile of the opening ceremony, and I really like that. It made a strong impression on me.
We can play it right now and then come back after a couple of minutes, right?
Sounds like a plan.
Awesome. See you soon.
Chess works over there. Chess clocks over here. You're over there.
He just beat me, man. We just played like 3 games.
It's a 4-1 streak my way.
Me and him actually learned around the same time, and it's been fun watching him grow.
He's early on, he'll trade his queen off too. He doesn't mind losing his queen, but he uses his horses more.
I'm a little mad if you take my horses, because they the deadliest piece on the board. Everybody think it's the queen, but it's the horse, because you can't defend it.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome back, everybody, from the 44th World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. We are following round 3 of the both Open and Women's tournaments. Your hosts today are Grandmasters Yasser Seiravan and Grandmaster Arthur Nations. And I think it's time. I think it's time for us to jump into the Open section. We are looking at the women's section, some of the most interesting matchups. Still, we probably have to choose from time to time which games to follow. So I think we are going to jump in the game of team matchup of Poland against Australia. And I see, Yasser, one result already is on the board.
Yeah, first of all, namaste, everybody. And queen takes g2 is quite the visual there, as black forces bishop takes g2 and knight takes e2. So just a one-move blunder, atrocious blunder. We call it a howler by white, knight e2, and he was lost.
All right. So queen takes on g2, very spectacular idea. And white just blundered a piece because not only the knight is gone, this is also a fork. Big blunder by Anton Smirnov, who was definitely looking for more. However, sometimes these things happen. So let's move on to the second board, where is Radoslav Wojtaszek, husband of Alina, here playing for Team Poland. We briefly were looking at Alina's game. Probably one of the strongest couples, I guess, in the circuit.
Absolutely. Again, for me, I'm looking at that move 92, and I'm just like really stunned. Players at this level, I mean, Duda just makes his appearance. He goes, guys, this is how you win. Bam. You know, like, wow. I was expecting a long, hard fight in that game, and we didn't get it. So, wow, I mean,
yeah, sometimes
on a scale of 1 to 10, that was a spectacularly bad move. Wow.
And Anton has been a rising star of Australian chess already for quite a while. He broke 600. And Timur Kuibakarov is another star of Australian chess. If I remember correctly, he's currently Australian champion. Very motivated and hardworking player. Here he's playing against Wojtaszek with the black color. Which position do you prefer, Yasser, whites or blacks?
It's too hard for me to say. At the moment, it just feels kind of balanced. I'm happy playing either color, I must say, in this particular case. This bishop on a3 makes a strong impression, of course. But in truth, the bishop on a3 hits a pawn on e7. The pawn on e7 is easily defended. It's protected already by the queen on c7. The only thing I don't want is some kind of an overload. The queen has to defend b6. It has to defend e7. So I'm thinking that at a certain moment, I want to play the moves bishop f6 and bishop to d5. To my mind, the bishop on g2 is a very good piece. I would like to get rid of it. the queen on e1 is also kind of an indicator that my life isn't so hard as black, because the queen on e1 is out of the game, and it's very, very hard
Yeah.
to claim an advantage when the queens are on the board and one player's queen is tucked away, like doing nothing, queen on e1. So I'm saying it's a balanced position.
Yeah, so let's move on to the board number 3. Kasper Piaron is playing with the black color against Bobby Cheng, another Australian grandmaster.
Yeah, and this is one of those
position.
Yeah, this is also one of those positions where, you know, the pawn structure for both sides has been compromised. The split pawns for white, the double pawns for black, but it's really about the activity of the pieces. Here, the bishop on g2 once again is doing, you know, fantastic work along this long diagonal. If you gave black a few moves, king takes, say, on f8, b7, b6, and bishop b7 all together, like black gets to play those moves, takes away the bishop on g2, advantage black, end of story. Now, on the other hand, if black finds it very difficult to ever get the bishop on c8 in the game, that is to say, white gets to play the moves knight to d4, knight b3, and knight b5 also all in one go, advantage white. So it's, again, one of those double-edged position who's ever on turn and gets their plan in first, big advantage.
So I would say what you're saying here is that the quality of the next moves
Are so
is going
high.
to be really, really important.
Perfectly described. Absolutely, Arturs. Yeah. That is
On the
exactly
fourth board,
case. Yeah.
the fourth board is Mateusz Bartel, one of the experienced grandmasters of Team Poland. He's playing against Zhao Zhang, queen g5. I think it was some kind of a Taimanov, not really sure because I recognize this position, but it can arise from different setups. If black has to play something like c5, d4, or just c5, this bishop on b7 appears to be not doing much, but it can become a very strong piece.
Sorry for me, I'm one of those opposite. I despise black's position. I mean, just everything about black's position I despise. First of all, why? Well, my king has already compromised. Well, we already talked about the importance of king position in the opening. Secondly, I'm seeing that after a move like, say, king f8, not, you know, you're protecting g7. I'll go queen f4. And then I'm thinking to myself, if I'm white, I see my next moves. My next moves are going to be rook h3, rook d3, or queen f4, knight to e4. This move knight e4 in particular becomes so fearsome in my mind that I think, oh my gosh, you know, this knight on e4 will jump to g6, to d6, or to g5. Lastly, I see this bishop on e2. It's a passive bishop, bad bishop. We understand the bishop is not working. Then you sit there and go, well, wait a minute. Actually, it is. I could play the move g2, g4. You force black to give up, to take on g4. I could play bishop takes g4.
You mean after g6, yeah?
Yeah, something like this. And I'm sitting there going, well, wow, you know, like knight e4, bishop e6, h5. Now, what you said was black's bishop on b7. You get to go c5, d4.
That was the plan.
Yeah, you got one good piece. Your bishop might make a sudden appearance. So I think, you know, like I've seen these types of positions so much, and I go, oh, I play French defense a lot in my career. So I just feel like I'm on the back foot so often in these things. Cool. And let's go on to Azerbaijan. I don't think we haven't in 3 rounds gotten a chance to showcase what I think is a fantastic team led by Shakhriyar Mamedov, missing Timur Razhubov, I understand, but these guys are dangerous. Azerbaijan can upset anybody in this Olympiad.
And there was quite a story before the Olympiad, obviously, because Timur Jabov was supposed to play for Team Azerbaijan. I'm not sure board one or board two, doesn't really matter. He pulled out due to COVID concerns in the last moment. There was a bit unhappiness among at least one team member, right? But this meant for Team Azerbaijan, they dropped from the 2nd seeded to 6th seeded. But still, they become they are very, very serious contenders for the medals here.
No question about it. And boy, I was just explaining previous to our break of how I'm one of those players amongst all grandmasters who pattern recognition. And you have a habit, Artur, of bringing up positions. I haven't seen a triple pawn structure in a long time. We talked about double pawns on c4 and c3. So you decided to play a gotcha moment with the pawn on c5 as well. Say what? Wow! What a mess! What a tangle!
Somebody call an ambulance for this bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just doing a thing. It's just totally out of the game. I mean, I'm just looking at it. There's a pawn. You go bishop e8. There's a pawn. So it's really risky. And if Shak will get the knight on d6, this will be simply lights out for black.
Exactly. I like what you described. It is an emergency situation. Seriously, we do. That bishop on c8 is not a way of treating a bishop. But having said that, like you said, I understand the knight is coming to d6, and that's scary. But I do see rook b6, bishop takes a6, bishop takes c4, and if the bishop ever made its way to d5, we could call that the Great Resurrection.
Which is never going to happen, I think.
Exactly, which is never going to happen. But hey, look, I tried. I just throwing it out there, calling it the way I see it, Artur. That's
so maybe actually something like bishop a3 could be well in the cards to stop the bishop a6 with bishop c5. And I think this is what Mamedyarov is definitely looking at, because it's not only, I mean, for the viewers, when you're trying to figure out how the top players, how professional players, they're thinking what's the top process, it's not only their moves, it's also the moves of the opponent. So imagine yourself, you're trying to bring together a puzzle. So it's the white pieces, black pieces, you're trying to make a picture. So naturally, you just take the white pieces and try to make a picture, something is clearly missing, right? You're up for a very big surprise. So that's why if Shak here wants to play like knight f2, knight e4, he clearly needs to have a very good understanding what he is going to do against Yashler's plan to play rook b6 and bishop a6.
Exactly. Also, one of the things that I really despise, and I want to emphasize that word about Black's position, is this awful knight on h5. I mean, it's atrocious. You think that this pawn on f4, the knight on h5 protects the pawn on f4. Well, that's great. I mean, great. You got a defensive knight protecting the pawn, but the knight has no prospects. I mean, it's going to take a while. You're going to go knight on h5 to g7 to f5, and you're not even going to threaten to come to e3 by the time you do all of that. You still got to keep the pawn on f4 protected. And White's knight, conversely, you know, it's making a great pathway. So everything looks good in my view for White. Black has misplayed this position. Don't do this at home.
Yeah,
that's my advice.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the second board. Perez Ponsa Frederico is playing against Rauf Mamedov. Sicilian, is it?
Yeah, open Sicilian, classic kind of position, if you ask me. One of the things about the Sicilian that makes it so insidious, as well as attractive to players, is this wonderful counter-attacking ability of the Sicilian itself. It would appear in your eye that this pawn on g5, the pawn on h4, you're going to go f4, f5, and smash, kill, destroy Black's king. Not so easy, not so easy. A move like f4, the bishop on b7 says, thank you very much. I'll go knight g4 or knight c4. Yeah, I like knight c4. I don't
I'm
know
not
why
really sure
you-
what's actually better, to be honest.
Exactly. They're both very attractive. The bishop on b7 has a hit. It's not so easy to sack black's king. The bishop on f8 will provide very good defense.
And
in
f4
the
is played, by
meanwhile-
the way. Yes, sir. It's on the
Yeah.
board.
And the
Makes sense. You have
meanwhile,
to do it.
yeah, this half open C file on the C line. So these positions, to my mind, are always those three results, unless one player is just killing it, right?
Can I play bishop e4?
That's one of the moves that you absolutely have to analyze when you play the move f4. I assume white's plan is to capture the knight, right? Let's take a look. So you capture. Now, the problem is c2, d4, unless I have the move bishop h5, this could work out badly for white.
Yeah, I think this
Yes.
is very
It's-
bad. Very bad
it-
already.
Yeah, I was trying to play rook takes e4, but you're just in time to escape, and bishop takes c2 check is yeah, threatening mate. No, this has gone wrong for white. So bishop takes e4. Okay. One thing is king b1. Can I just see the move king b1 for a moment? Because king b1 basically says you can't move the knight, right? If you go knight g4 or knight c4, I take it, and the bishop on e4 is hanging. So could I
Right.
just see king b1 for just a second?
King b1?
Yeah, king a1.
Yeah, I was slightly confused because
Yeah,
I thought the king was on
apologies.
b1.
It's
Okay,
on b1, king a1, right? And because I've got bishop h5 to restore the material equality, and I've got a tempo, I hope, against the bishop on e4, then I'm good as white. But
right.
you could play knight c6 and challenge bishop h5, knight d4, bishop d4, c2
Oh,
is
there's
hanging.
a room for a lot of action here. I'm already
Exactly.
seeing some ideas here on the king side.
Right. So it's again one of those wonderful, wonderful model positions of a Sicilian where both sides have trumps, and you know, whoever calculates these complications best wins. It's simple.
Right, right. Yeah, so this is board number 2, Mamedov for Team Azerbaijan against Argentina. So let's move on to the third board. Gadir Guseynov, another experienced grandmaster from Azerbaijan, is playing against Leandro Krisa. And this is, I'm not sure what this is really.
Also, I'm also a little confused. Pawns on h5 and g4. I'm used to seeing this kind of structure where it's a Sveshnikov, where I've got pawns on a5 and b4 and d5. e5, g4 is like a mirror image of a Sveshnikov that's moved over to the king side. Strange. I don't know what's going on here. Your guess is as good as mine.
I like black. That's my first impression, because as much as I could give some creativity points for why playing it very interesting way, the king is weak. I see an open f file for the rook. I see a protected pawn in the center. I see ideas for black to activate somehow the last bishop with, let's say, remove the knight, play bishop c6, play d4, open this long diagonal. Stuff like bishop h6, it doesn't really concern me, because after g takes on h6, the king is pretty secure. I would choose definitely black here.
I have, as you just kind of listed all the achievements that black has made, hard to argue with that. Your whole line of reasoning makes a powerful impression on me as well. And I must say that this pawn on g4, you know, one of the best moves I could make if I had white's position is I'd love to play g4 back to g2. Then my bishop on h3 would be in business, to quote Judith.
But last time I checked, that's a legal move, right?
But, you know, yeah, the FIDE rules have not allowed me to make those kinds of moves. So that's pending. Next game, please.
Next game is Nijata Basov, who was the late replacement of Timur Rajabov after he pulled out from the team. He playing the black against Diego Flores, another strong Argentinian grandmaster. And things are looking good for black. He has an extra pawn. And he has the compensation for it.
Right, exactly.
Bishops. Even if white snatches the pawn on d5 back, I mean, black is just doing great. Two bishops, put the bishop on e6, play b5. So if I'm here sitting instead of Nijat, I'm already thinking how to capitalize on this. And then look on the clock, he is 42 minutes against white's 9.
Exactly. Just to emphasize the point that you're making, imagine we play a very bad move, b7, b5, and giving white the opportunity to win the pawn on d5. Rook takes d5, bishop e6, rook takes d8, rook takes d8. White has restored the material equality, but who is having the fun? It's black with his two bishops and queenside majority.
Right.
So
black is doing great and Azerbaijan is doing great. And also, I want to jump to the next match between Team Netherlands against Sweden. However, I got the word. I got the word.
Let's get Anish Giri in here.
Wait, hold your horses. Something is happening in the Vidit Gujrathi game against Teodoro. So what I propose, we very quickly have a peek what's going on there, because if my dear viewers are correct, something is going on. We have to see that.
As we say, we like cake. Show me the cake. What?
Okay, wait, what?
What? Might be a transmission error, unfortunately.
Okay, nothing to see here. I mean, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
It looks like a transmission.
This is a transmission error. This is a transmission error. You fooled us big time
Which is
here.
wonderful for us, because it means that we can indeed then take a look at the Netherlands match, because we got misinformation.
All right, let's jump to Anish Giri. He's playing his first game.
He stepped out for the first 2 rounds. Jet lag, I appreciate that. Board 1. And first of all, who is his opponent?
Niels Grandelius.
It's Sweden. Niels.
Yes, Netherlands against Sweden. Very, very interesting matchup.
It's strange that, you know, these two great neighbors have to go all the way to India to play one another a match.
Oh, yes, so you could tell me all about it. You probably know this, especially in individual events. Let's say you and your countryman travel, let's say, as far as India or as far as Australia, and of course you play against each other there. Right?
I know.
This happens all the time. Your roommates even. Sometimes you stay with the same person in the hotel room, sometimes with your friend, and of course you can't play against each other.
Yeah, brutal to let our audience in on our little discussion there. So the idea is, you're an amateur player, you're an expert, chess expert, you really want to get your master title, and you got your best buddy, your best friend. So you decide that you're going to go all the way to Thailand and play in the Thailand Open in Bangkok. And then from Thailand, you and your buddy are going to take this once a world trip all the way to Jakarta, Indonesia, and to play in the Indonesian Open. And you're going to play in these 2 marvelous events, and you're going to roommate together, and you've traveled literally 10,000 kilometers. And guess who plays each other in round 1 in one event, round 3 in the next event? It's like, no! We call that in America, by the way, brotherhood parents.
Yeah, but let's also, while we are at that Netherlands match, let's check their lineup for the Olympiad.
All right, let's do it. Anish Giri, board 1, and definitively as well. But Jordan Van Forest, Jordy as we like to call him, Jordy is making pretensions, and he's saying, you know, like, Anish, we tied each other in the Tata Steel. I won the tie break. I want to persuade you, force you to become a better player, and he's pushing Anish. Then we have Erwin Lamy, a kind of a stalwart veteran, on board 3, Benjamin Buck, youthful, and of course Max as first reserve. I think For Max, this is his debut event in the Olympiad, but he's a very strong and promising talent, I want to say.
Right. He's still young, rapidly increasing his
Exactly.
playing level. Also, I believe he was a second to Anish
Yes.
in some of the recent events. So Netherlands, very young, very strong, interesting combination of youngsters. So I think Lamy probably is the most experienced player.
Yeah.
My calculation is very, very quickly correct. So let's
I'm
jump
sure.
into Anish's game. What he's doing here.
Okay, well, Niels has just played this move, knight e5. There's been a chopping block on the open d file. The rooks are coming off, as we say. But it's just the body count, right? The pawn on d5 is somehow gone to the e4 square, asset or liability. The knight on d7 defends the pawn on b6, so white is interested in maybe swap. We can look at, say, the forcing captures. Rook takes c1, check. Bishop takes c1. Knight takes e5, d takes e5. We pause for a moment here because we could go queen e5, queen takes b6, or we could play the move bishop d5, which, David 5, sorry. Bishop.
Oh, that's no good, actually.
Right. I was thinking bishop to d5, which would defend the pawn with the tempo.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, just defend the pawn with the tempo. So these are the forcing lines, but it's not over here. This is still a long calculation. You go queen c3, defending the pawn on e5. And, well, make heads or tails out of this one. Bishop takes a2, bishop takes e4. This is what grandmasters do. The first thing that grandmasters always calculate is, you know, when I'm asked this by amateur players, how do you calculate? How do you think about chess? The first thing we always calculate is checks, because checks, man, you know, you're forced response. The second thing we always calculate is captures. You know, even as improbable as a capture might be, we don't want to capture that. We still calculate it. So what we just did there in that little exercise, rook takes e1, bishop takes e1, knight takes e5, d takes e5, you know, is we always look at the captures first, and then we kind of come to a judgment. We shouldn't be capturing.
I know some people actually, yes, do it the other way, which is wrong. I think you're saying is absolutely the right way to do this, because sometimes you start to look at some funny lines first, and then in the end you start to calculate the most obvious lines. And it's like, why? Why I didn't even start with the most obvious continuation, because that makes so much sense. So
exactly.
Yeah, start with the obvious move, the trades, the checks, and then everything after that.
Right, and that's exactly the way. Well, only after, you know, 10,000 games, 4,000 tournament games, probably 50,000 blitz games. I love to play blitz, but my first feeling is, as we get into this game a little bit, is it still quite balanced. I want to say that Niels has been an outstanding Swedish player, but he's kind of suffering a few things. He's suffering from the fact that a lot of his countrymen, whether it be Ulf Anderson and, oh boy, Hellers, stopped, you know, supporting Swedish chess. You know, Hellers became this attorney. He was a very, very strong grandmaster from Sweden. So sometimes, you know, you get these situations like a country like Sweden that has so much great talent, but they don't always stay in chess. Has Latvia experienced that as well?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, state support for chess is always a very touchy subject, and I don't think there's so many difficult where the local government is literally throwing money at you, right? So it's difficult to prove. It's difficult to prove for local municipalities, the politicians, that chess is a sport, right? So it's difficult to get the funding, and everybody who does it, I'm very, very happy for them.
Exactly. And what other games going on in this Sweden versus Netherlands?
Yeah, so Joneman Forrest is playing with white against Ari Blomqvist. Eric is my teammate in Sweden. We play together for Team Rocade, and I know him very well. So
Mhm.
he's a strong grandmaster, about 2500, 20 or 50, but he can deliver upsets. He's done that many times before.
Wow, I'm just
And
looking
well, the
this
bar says it's
position.
equal, but I'm not sure what to make of this.
Oh my God. I mean, I'm shocked that the bar would say this is equal. My first impression is just overwhelmingly winning for white, like done, dusted.
Yeah, but it's 2 minor pieces for the rook.
I'm seeing a past 3-1 majority on the queen side. So like for you got to play knight takes f6, right? Is there an alternative?
So I guess knight f6 is something I don't want to do, right?
Or aren't you forced to do that? Otherwise, you're.
Am I? I'm not sure, really. Maybe I am. I mean, the
Queen
point, my point being is that I think that white wants to trade the rooks, because if I trade the rooks, the power of the outside pass pawn becomes stronger. So I'm thinking, can I keep it? Maybe it's too much. I was thinking something along the lines of queen g7, remove the rook, but perhaps it's ridiculous.
Queen d5 check, rook f7.
Oh, yeah, you see more than
I'm killing it here. I just
yeah,
feeling like
you're right. You're
overwhelming, right? Yeah.
If there was no queen d5, my big point, which is apparently no point at all, I was hoping to get something like this. Something
I
like
got you.
this.
I maintain, normally speaking, and this is a good rule of thumb that our viewers should keep in mind. Whenever you have the minor pieces against the rook, you don't want to trade off the remaining rook. You'd like, as when you're the holder of the minor piece, you'd like to keep a pair of rooks. But in this particular case, I'm seeing rook on f6 to d6. I'm seeing queen d5 check, and I just don't think you can allow this rook on f6 to penetrate to f7, or even rook takes f5.
Right. Yeah, maybe you're right. Knight f6 was a move, but instead bishop g4 is played.
Probably this is the only move, but again, I'm just thinking this is, wow, this looks to me to be overwhelming. Queen d5 check. The king has to go there. Like, is there an alternative?
I'm not sure. King g7 looks incredibly scary.
Right, rook h1. Give me the queen. If I could force you to go queen g7 and I can go rook to f7, I win, I think.
Why the bar doesn't like it? Just a second.
Rook, oh, I blundered something?
I don't see it immediately.
Me either.
Queen h1.
Of course, of course. And now you take, and now you're happy. All right, okay. Because otherwise I was thinking, my gosh, white is completely winning. What am I missing? I'm as blind as can be. No, okay, so king, bishop g4. That may be a move that keeps black in the game.
Yeah, it looks like that. So he wants, I think he's trying to do exactly as I was saying. I try to keep those pieces. I try to keep the queen and the rook. And obviously a big issue is the spin. And while we're looking at this game, there's a lot of action. The bar says it's about equal in a chess language. It's a mess. Let's move on. Let's move on to the game number 3. The living Swedish chess legend, Tiger Hill, a person widely known also as an author, creator of one of the most interesting lines. What do you call it? The Tiger variation, right? This G6, A6, B5, D6 system for black.
Yeah, the Tiger perk defense, but it's very unfair. It's so sad. This is where, you know, the power of the media trumps the truth. The truth of the matter is that Grandmaster Duncan Suttles from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, since the early 1970s, he was a great hero of the barbaric Northwest, the Pacific Northwest, had been playing precisely that, D6, G6, A6, B5, long before Tiger's parents were born. But Tiger discovered this line of the Perk, wrote a book about it, and everybody said, "Woo! What great exciting games you get from this variation." But they didn't know about the games of Duncan Suttles. I mean, he's a legend in the Northwest, and he had been playing that stuff for years, including my own games. You can see some of mine games. But okay, at this moment, it looks like, well, Black's is kind of nursing an extra pawn.
Black has an extra pawn, but I think the feeling is that this position is quite drawish because it don't feel that this pawn on b6, the extra pawn for Black, can be kept. So most likely,
it's not running down the board, streaking down the board.
You don't want to play something passive as rook b4. You need to account for these ideas. Rook c1, rook c7, put the bishop on d5, and it's not how strong players play. They don't think about, oh, my pawn is under attack, I need to defend it, right? They're never going to play rook b4. They need to understand the big picture. So again, we talked about these puzzles, white pieces, black pieces. So if Benjamin is thinking about rook b4, he's expecting already white's approach. So most likely it's going to be rook c1, rook c7, and something he needs to evaluate. I would say it feels risky. And then again, at this point, you remember the team strategy. You look at the other teammates, how they're doing. For example, if I'm Benjamin, I'm standing up, walking a little bit, looking how Anish is doing, how everybody else is doing, evaluating the situation. Are we going to win this? Can I make a draw here? Do I really need to press this? And based on what I see, I make my decision.
Exactly. It feels quite balanced as well. And other boards?
Yeah, 4 board. Max Warmer done.
Oh, now this is, again, one of those really interesting Maroczy bind hedgehog style positions. I love the hedgehog. I played it as Black for much of my career. I think it's, again, in the style, in the spirit of the Sicilian, a counter-attacking defense.
But Emmanuel, he is, I think, a notorious time trouble player because look at his clock, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, people, 22 minutes, the 22 moves have been played. Wow. He's down on the clock in a sharp position, probably worse, created a pin. This is not where you want to be.
No, the time trouble. I had many friends, colleagues who were time trouble addicts. Victor Korchnoi, Walter Sean Brown are 2 of the most immediate names that come to mind. And I tried my best. I really did, to try to cure them. It was incurable. Go away, leave me alone. Those people who like time trouble, I don't know how they do it. I just, yeah, I don't like being in time trouble myself. It actually makes me nervous when I don't have, say, 5-10 minutes on my clock. And Walter only got nervous when he had 30 seconds. All right. So where are the
yeah, I think we also got to mention very quickly about the time control. The time control for the game, there's, I believe, a question in the chat, for the featured chat. The time control of the tournament is as follows. You get 90 minutes for first 40 moves. So that's why you see this Berg's game. He has 3 minutes after 22 minutes, 22 moves. Clearly, he's in time trouble. You see, we have 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes after that, and then extra 30 seconds, of course, for every single main move.
Yeah, and in that question, there was a second subsidiary question, which was the same time control as the candidates. And boy, did somebody just hit a hot button with me. I'm furious with the FIDE and have been for the better part of 40 years, is that the time control in the candidates is different throughout the entire cycle. So what time control is being used in the Olympiad is a time control that was used, for example, in the Grand Swiss, in many other FIDE events, including the World Cup. What time control is used in the World Championship match, as well as the candidates, is an abomination. It's something like 40 moves in 2 hours, no increment, 20 moves in 1 hour, no increment, then 30 minutes, so it's 3 time controls, and then you get your 30 seconds once you reach move 61, which is a time control that's only used in the World Championship and the candidates. And you sit there and say, well, wait a minute, you have all of these qualification tournaments that can qualify you to the candidates in the World Championship, and you use a different time control.
I mean,
Makes
yes, sir.
no sense.
I understand the reasoning, but I agree with you that it's difficult for the players, right? Because you get used to this. You get used to play 90 minutes for 40.
Exactly.
Now, after that, every tournament, some of them have longer, and then suddenly, boom, you have this time control with no increment. And
Crazy.
Of course, everybody's briefed, everybody knows it. But when you play, it's difficult to adjust it, right? For the players, we could argue, of course, that everybody has the same situation, everybody
Same
has
rules,
but it's difficult.
No, and never before was this ever highlighted so strongly and so clearly as it was during the 2013 candidates tournament in London. So what happens is you have this fellow, his name's Vasily Ivanchuk, and he plays in all of these tournaments all over the world, and every single tournament he plays in has an increment, like we have here, 30 seconds per move, 30 seconds per move, 30. And he gets used to this rhythm of the increment. Suddenly he plays in the candidates and he loses 5 games out of 13 on time. No, 5 games out of 14, right? Yeah, 5 games out of 14 on time, like unheard of. Why? Because he didn't get the increment. He's now so used to a certain time control, and I'm infuriated that the FIDE has time controls that are different here and there and everywhere else. Like the players, if you're going to play blitz, by the way, that's another pet peeve. If you're going to play blitz and you're going to use 5 minutes and no increment, fine, do it across the entire universe. Or if you're going to play blitz, which is 3 minutes and 2 seconds, again, I say fine, use it across the entire universe. You can play in blitz tournaments that use different time controls for blitz.
Right.
Like what? Stop it, stop it. Just one time control for classic, one time for rapid, one time control for blitz. Everybody's happy. That's just one of my many pet peeves. Thank you for the question.
Yeah. And again, dear viewers, if you have some insights, interesting questions you would like to ask, don't hesitate. Please do it. I mean, we have our open chat windows. We appreciate all of your insights. So questions, we'll gladly, if you have the time, we'll try to answer them as best as we can.
Exactly. Finally, what do you think about this position? I like white, but I'm not 100% sure why.
I definitely like white.
Why? The last move was knight f4. Give me a move for white what are your candidate moves for white?
Candidate moves. Oh my goodness.
Yes. Nikolai Krogius, one of the worst books ever. Think like
I'm thinking about something forcing. Can I force e5?
Let's do it. King h1.
No, it's just a candidate move. I mean, just a candidate move. It's just a candidate move.
Why does King h1 encourage e5? King h. Oh, that move was made on the board. It wasn't your move. Sorry. Oh, it was your move.
King h1? No, it's not my move. It's what Varmerdam played.
Okay, that's interesting. What move did you want to play? I'm sorry.
No, I was thinking about e5, d-takes, remove the rook somehow and try to get to this knight. So my first thought process is I want to exploit the spin. Maybe queen e3, maybe e5, maybe d3. Somehow try to capitalize on the spin.
Right. Okay. So the tactical drawback, of course, is that knight takes h3 will come with check, and queen g6 would be a check, and the rook on c2 is unhappy. So this kind of thing, just to put it on the board. Yeah. And now we understand why Max played the move King H1 as a prelude maybe to your idea, Archers, of
Or
playing
G3.
for E5. G3.
Because G3 is impossible right away.
True. The same reasons check would hurt your feelings. Yeah.
And I guess King H2 is not very good due to Knight G5.
G4. Ooh.
Check.
Yeah. Right.
So this must be the idea. He just played King H1, threat to G3, and maybe, just maybe, he wants to provoke Black to play G5. And look at this, he's down to the last minute.
Wow. But yeah, G7, G5, once you played Knight F4, G5 becomes attractive, actually. I want to play G5.
And now I do a counter strike in the center, maybe E5. Because this is what we are taught, right? Yes, sir. When your opponent is attacking on the king side or queen side, what do? You counter strike in the center. That's one of the rules. There's many rules, many guidelines. And the more you know, the better.
The more you know, the better. But sometimes, who was it? Emmanuel Lasker, who said sometimes our knowledge is so great, we have to empty our cup in order to be able to pour more inside. And sometimes we go with what a concept, the meme that you just suggested from Nimzovich.
So you must unlearn what you have learned.
Yeah. Exactly. Sometimes
I heard this before, I wonder.
Yeah, sometimes we know the wrong things. E6, E5. Well, he heard you. He heard you that you wanted to play E4, E5, so he stopped you. He played E. But you mentioned the move G2, G3 a moment ago, and that one I found more compelling. Now, does Max have an opportunity here of playing G3 and radically altering the game, the structure? Everything looks super intense suddenly.
Or maybe H takes better than Queen H5.
Well, indeed, if you played it immediately Queen H5, you are giving me the option of Knight takes H4.
Exactly.
Like, oops. I'll go to F5 if you let me.
Right. All right. I think, yes, sir. We definitely want to continue this game for a long time, but I have a feeling we've been sitting on this game for a moment. What do we do now? What do we do now? I guess
Magnus, world champion Magnus. I'm a fanboy. If I don't get my hourly share of Magnus, I feel like my day is incomplete.
There's your hourly share. There you go.
Outstanding. And when we left it, okay, it looked like Queen B3 was going to give White an advantage, and it looks like Magnus has managed to succeed in equalizing, funnily enough.
F6, of course.
F6. Okay.
Challenge the center. Okay. That's a bit strange move.
For me, it's a very, very peculiar move.
Because this bishop was pretty good, right?
To my eyes, it was a very good bishop. And by the way, to my eyes, the pawn on F6, pardon me, the pawn on E5 was very good. I would have wanted to keep it on E5. I would have played the F4 move myself, trying to maintain the pawn in the center. Eventually, when I do play the move knight to D4, probably with B3, B4 in mind as well.
Yeah.
I love that structure for White. Now things have gotten interesting from Black's point of view. From Black's point of view, much good has occurred.
I have a question, yes, sir. I see a remark in the chat of viewers. Again, we are watching what you're saying there. 0.1 advantage for Magnus. Is this enough to win the game?
Do not pay so much attention to. I mean, it's terrible. You see the bar, you see the chess engine's evaluation, and then you say to yourself, well, why didn't Magnus win? Like, right? You saw that he's ahead 2.0, but it's a fortress. It's a very well-known fortress on the position. It's queen versus rook and pawn. It's a draw. We know that. But the engine might give the variation as winning for one particular player. This particular position is not one of those that lends itself very easy to the mathematical formulas of the engine. The reality is that the pawn structure on the queen side is blocked, and black is trying to make the advance e6, e5 work, right?
Right.
If he can drive the knight away from the d4 square, white could easily get routed. You could go e5, d4, bishop check, and suddenly your passive bishop overwhelms a dominant knight. Conversely, white manages to maintain his knight on d4 forever and ever. Something terrible happens to Magnus, and he trades the e6 pawn for the, I don't care, h3 pawn. The knight is unassailable. Don't look at the bar, look at the knight. The knight is dominant. So this is one of those positions, you know, both sides are trying to get in their ideas, whether it be doubling the rook against e6, or Magnus is trying to get in his idea of rook e8 and e5. And whoever can force their will on the position is going to have a significant advantage. If black, for example, takes on c3, say b4 takes c3, b2 takes c3, you have to pat yourself on the back as white and say, hey man, I just got rid of my double pawns. I'm a hero.
Well, yes, sir. I keep a feeling you said everything there's to say about this position. All of the best plans from the white's perspective, from the black's perspective.
Sure.
In particular, this e5 push, and this is why here white played rook e1. And
Right.
I would like to remind you, dear viewers, since the second time control is approaching, I would expect it to be there in something like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes or so. The games are heating up. There's going to be a lot of results. So we are going to make a break right now, something like 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Make a drink yourself. Stay tuned. I hope you like it so far. We are very happy to have you here with us today. See you in a bit.
All right.
India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the third board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the first board is his. On the second board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal.
The Chess.com Global Championship playing phase continues. Catch 2 broadcasts at 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific on Monday and Fridays through August 5th. Watch as title players and Chess.com members who qualified through the open qualifier battle for a spot in the field of 64. It's Chess.com's biggest prize fund ever, with $1 million up for grabs. Catch all the action right here on Chess.com.
You had me at $1 million, Arthur. I mean, wow. Okay, what an opportunity for people to play in. I just wanted to say, as we were going on break, we actually had a chat question, which was the salient question for the entirety of American chess fans. And that question was, where's Nakamura? Where is Hikaru Nakamura? He just played in the candidates very successfully, I might add. But Hikaru, as everybody knows, is America's biggest chess streamer. Now, the US team is actually not sponsored by India. No. The US team is actually sponsored by the United States Chess Federation. The players are fully compensated and are offered a professional fee. However, that professional fee is a pittance compared to what Hikaru can earn as a streamer. And therefore, Hikaru declined to play in the team because well, we can frankly do a lot better as a chess professional streaming. And that's what he chose to do. And that's the whole of the answer.
That's the end of the story, right?
That's the end of the story. Let's see what Team America is doing. How are they performing? And there is our lineup. I believe Wesley So is sitting out today. So we have Fabi, Levon, Lanier, and Sam Shanklin playing. Lanier, I think, has already made a draw, Arturs.
Lanier made the draw earlier. We actually
Mhm.
watched it happen. There was a threefold repetition with
Mhm.
black, I guess, for Team United States. It's good. Here, this is Levon Aronian's game. He's playing it against the experienced Georgian grandmaster Michiel Mchedlashvili. Visually, I like white
Big time.
because I see this weakness, which might
Yes.
not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, positionally, you like the space, and you think, okay, if White can somehow manage the maneuver king on G3
E4.
to F4 to E4,
Yeah.
then the knight is released for active duty, and maybe on a good day, that knight could somehow jump magically to, let's say, the F4 square, drive the rook away, and with the rook coming to H7 and maybe even the pawns going to D5, White could win. The problem is that Black also isn't sitting still. Black might be thinking, okay, I could play rook E7, king D7, bishop A7, and maybe even B5, and I can tickle White's queen side. I mean, the pawns on D4 and B4 are on dark squares, so it's not just play on one goal. Tough position to call.
Yeah, indeed. So White also needs to address some weaknesses here on D4. B5 might create another weakness on B4. So
Right.
I would still choose White. And King
Um,
E7 is played.
Because once again, visually, it does look like White is the one who's calling the shots.
One thing I'm slightly surprised though, Yasser, I don't see the clocks.
Me either. I haven't seen the clocks.
gone. I don't see them. I don't know what's the time situation in the game. It's somewhere missing for whatever
Mhm.
reason. They're on move 35.
Wow.
And yeah, let's check how other
But-
team members of
By
US
the
have
way,
it.
am I reading that right? When I see Georgia won, United States won, we have another score, another result. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, that is Jabava against Caruana. Now, this is the game I wanted to jump in very quickly because, you know, when we left it right after the opening,
It was a crazily provocative way for Jobava to play. It looked like to us that Fabi was going to enjoy a free hand on the king side.
right, and somehow Jabava managed to improve his pieces.
Good for him.
And I guess Fabi just remembered, right? I mean, it's enough for me to play the solid game here today, right? I'm playing the black, so team strategy and everything. And now it's equal. Not much is happening here. And this is exactly how the game progressed. Jabava slowly improved his pieces. Fabi tried to be aggressive on the king side.
Mhm.
Badur quickly traded everything there is, both rooks, and there you go. The position inevitably equalized. They played a couple of moves and happily shook hands.
Wow. A strange ending to a strange opening. I thought that the opening was going to give Bobby much more opportunity than he achieved. And again, I would not recommend that people repeat Joba's experiment today. I think he got away. Is it fair to say, untouched? Like, that was not what we expected.
Right.
So we have 2 games remaining, and the match stands in the balance as 1-1.
And the United States has 2 games with white. Maybe it doesn't
Okay.
mean much. It's something. But yesterday you have to ask this question. Probably you have a very interesting opinion about it. Would you agree that sometimes before the match, the color of the game is somehow imprinted in your mind? Meaning,
Yeah.
let's say, I know it from my personal experience. Let's say I approach the game, I'm playing with black, and I think draw is fine.
Yep.
Let's say in the team win. And the game progresses, and I get a big advantage with black. But somehow this thought process is conflicting because I had this mindset I should be happy with a draw, and I get this great position, and it's difficult to readjust. And I've seen this happen many, many times, is that somehow you just slip the advantage and you still play the draw because you can encode in your mind the draw is fine. I'm not saying this was the case in Fabi's game, but what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, your experience is absolutely so common in the world of chess. We even have a name for it. We're carrying the luggage.
Carrying the luggage. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, carrying the luggage of what we came into the match with this mindset. Draw with black, very favorable. So we are carrying this luggage that a draw is good. We get to the board and we're presented an advantage. Like, stop doing this to me. Don't give me an advantage. My luggage tells me all I need is to unpack and make a draw. And the reality is that we should not be carrying that luggage, or at least not to the extent that sometimes it inflicts upon us this inability to be flexible in our thinking and say, aha, I came to this game thinking a draw was okay, but now that you're giving me this advantageous moment, I'm playing for a win. And sometimes it's very, very, very hard to make that adjustment. So yes, many players are conflicted and feel exactly what you just said, Artur.
Right. So I'm not alone. All right. That's good to
Not
know.
even close. There's a long line of people. You know, do you dream chess? Do you ever have a chess dream?
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes not so much, right? Yeah, I try to normally have a good sleep, but I cannot influence what I'm seeing in my dreams. Chess sometimes visits, but not very often.
But here's the most extraordinary thing is a lot of chess players have had absolutely the same dream, which is remarkable, right? If you think about it, the exact same dream.
Losing on time?
Nope. The exact same dream is as follows. You find yourself playing a game of chess in your dreams. You're playing a chess game. Wow, like you could be awake. You've gone to the bathroom and you return to your chess game, and the position has moved. You didn't make the moves. You were gone to the bathroom, but the position has changed. It's a different position, and it got worse. You went to the bathroom with a good position, came back with a bad position. You go, wait a minute, this is not fair. And you look at the score sheet and you see your own handwriting has made these moves. And then you wake up angry, like somebody's cheated me. Literally dozens of players I've met have had
never had it.
Identical dream. Identical.
Never
Luboš Kavalik, Jan Timman, myself. I mean, I complained to my colleagues. I had this crazy dream last night, and it really made me angry. They go, yeah, that's the famous dream.
I had some dreams, by the way, Yasser, about playing very beautiful game, and I'm getting angry when I kind of reconstruct it. So I dream some beautiful combination, and then I wake up. What was this combination? What was it? And I sit and try to recall. Oh my goodness, that's not even a legal position.
Well, there you go. For anybody in chat who's had that dream, you are a future grandmaster. Trust me. What is the difference? I'm being asked by Michkova V3. What is the difference between a coach and a team captain? And I'll make it very simple for me. Again, I've told you what the responsibility of a team captain is to ensure that my well-being is prominent throughout. No, the team captain decides the lineup. The team captain is at the game at all times. The team captain is observing the ethical play of both sides. The team captain is there to help their player with a tea, a coffee, play for a draw, accept the draw. The team captain is there during play, full stop, and makes a lineup. The coach, on the other hand, the coach is there to literally help the players with their preparation before the match.
And coaches are not allowed to be in the playing hall in Chennai. So if you see Robert Kester, he's not supposed to be there.
Even. And there's a reason for that too, because the captain might not necessarily even know the preparation. You, Arturs, might be working with your coach. And then the coach shows up in the playing hall and you go, holy smokes, I'm so glad you're here. Remind me again, what do I do on move 13 when he takes the bishop instead of moves the rook on main line? Yeah, the coach is there as a trainer, opening preparation. The captain is there to make the lineups.
All right. Let's move on, because there's also one more team which we haven't paid attention for a while.
Spain, Brazil.
What? Which?
Spain, Brazil.
Spain, Brazil.
Spain, Brazil.
Brazil. Yeah. Okay. Let's do Spain, Brazil. I wanted to go to India, so maybe let's do it like this.
Sorry.
We check Spain, Brazil, then we go to India.
Fair.
All right. It's a deal.
It's a deal.
Alexa Shirov, top board of Spain, plays against Luis Sopi.
Oh, Sopi. Wow, that's a name blast from the past. What's going on? Who is? No, I'm seeing this. Alexei is white. Yeah, okay.
Alexei is white. The bar is equal. They're low on the clock. The position is materially balanced. I'm not sure what to say about this position. Queens are off the board.
Looks even, but I mean, I'm thinking. Well, no, I can't. Sorry, if I take on c3, I want this knight to go to g5 to e4, but the bishop on c1 stops me. It's very hard to get my knight. Like, the knight looks beautiful on f3, and that is what we call a prime square for a knight, by the way. But with the king on b1 and not on g1, that's not the prime square for the knight. The knight's prime square now suddenly transfers to c3. And how do we get to c3? Not easy.
You just don't get there. Maybe knight c4. I would say it's about balanced.
I agree.
So Sheriff has played some wonderful games so far in the first rounds. Here, I would say that Black is doing just fine. Either way, all of the three results are still possible.
Exactly.
I was doing Alexander Fier with Vallejo on board too.
Exactly. Both of these players are very well-known and big reputations for both players. But wait a minute, what is going on here? First thinking in these bishops of opposite color is whose king is more vulnerable, because whoever king is more vulnerable has a real problem, because they're playing almost a piece down, right? Because the opposite color bishop means I can't compete on that square complex, those color complex. Here it looks to me like White's king is much more vulnerable than Black's king. Therefore, I'm giving Black a serious initiative.
Yeah, I guess White needs to be slightly accurate. And if White is going to play something like g4, rook f4, and not blunder upon in the process, this should be a draw. However, if we, let's say, trade the rooks and the pawn on h5 is gone, okay, then I'm not so sure. Probably a draw, but you need to work on that.
Exactly. Well, I mean, again, don't be so look, for our chat. When you see the bar and you see even, it might be even if for a computer to play it. I think that for a human player, playing the Black side is much more fun. Let's put it
right. Definitely. White is trying to hold on here. So at the moment, the match strategy for Kim is not to lose. Should be still okay for White. Let's jump into the board number 3. Santos Latasa is playing against Mkhitaryan.
Again, bishops of opposite color, this time with the queens, not with the rooks. We're used to seeing these types of positions where there's a pawn on f7 a black pawn. And it seems to be missing, Arturs. In my professional opinion, white is a pawn ahead.
That is a very strong opinion there.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Thank
this
you very much.
position, yes, sir, yes, sir. Would you agree? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm gonna slightly overestimate white's chances, but when I see positions like this, I'm not sure about the queens, but let's say rooks instead of the queens. I usually say that most of the time white wins. And why is this? It's just the annoyance of the position. You are supposed to sit passively in defense forever.
Forever.
It's incredibly annoying position for black to have.
And not only that, but it's incredibly annoying from a human perspective, because humans are not good at playing chess passively. The moment you learn how to move a rook, your first thing is, I want to learn how to capture. I want to go forwards. I want to attack. And sometimes in chess, the hardest thing to do is literally to save the position. Just, meet your opponent wherever your opponent seems to be going, to match their movements and to play the game passively. This is very, very hard. Again, this is a position that I would probably not be able to beat the computer in. But if I was playing a fellow grandmaster, I would estimate my chances as incredibly high.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
On the fourth board of the matchup of Spain against Brazil is Andre Diamant against Iturrizaga, who I believe recently switched from the Venezuela to Spain.
To Spain. He had been living in Spain for many, many years, it seemed to me. I mean, unfortunately for Venezuela, they're not holding a lot of tournaments, whereas conversely, I mentioned yesterday, Spain is the #1 country in terms of organized chess events, and Germany #2. So it's only natural that players from South America would find themselves drawn to Spain.
All right. And here black appears to have an exchange up. It's the pawn on b5 that he wants to keep. But due to the weakened king, I would say that white has decent drawing chances.
That's right.
If the pawn on b5 is gone, I think white already can trade queens. This should be draw. So here Iturrizaga is thinking desperately, how do I keep the pawn on b5 alive, right? So even if he trades the queens, which he wants to do, but the b5 pawn is gone, this most likely is going to be a draw.
A certain draw.
All right. Yeah. Now, can we go to India?
Yes, we can. Awesome. And Tom Cruise on board 1.
Yeah, very quickly show the final position. Hari Krishna played a beautiful attack against Dimitrios Mastervasilis, bringing home the bacon for Team India. Board #2, I believe, also is finished. Nicolas Theodorov with white did not find any arguments against Vidit Gujrathi's defense. They played a draw. So at the moment, India leads 1/2 against half a point. Let's check. Board #3. Arjun Erigaisi, one of the superstars, not only of Indian chess, but worldwide. He is about to storm into 2700 club. Very strong player with great, amazing results lately. And he's here playing against Athanasios Matrivasilis, the older brother of Dimitrios, who was playing on the top board, already lost his game. And also here for Athanasios, things don't look very good.
They do not, indeed. And by the way, just as the team captain drew it up, you draw with black, you win with white. Perfect. And here, white is looking splendid. This knight on the comparison, right? You just strategically compare. Black's rooks are great. They are tying white down to the pawn on e3, but the open c file, rook to c6. But compare the two knights. White's knight is fantastic on d4. Compare the two bishops. The bishop on b1, hitting the pawn on g6. And when you see the move rook c6, in combination with the active white queen versus the passive black queen, you start to say, whoa, 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 whoa. Things are really, really going wrong for the black player. And going really right for white's position. If we can play rook c6, there's going to be a harmonic convergence on the g6 pawn.
And you can't play knight e6 to get rid of the knight because there's
Right.
knight f3 oopsie.
Yeah, that rook is left high and dry. You got to play rook e4 and just give up the exchange. So yeah, knight e6 is not allowed.
And I
Not
just look at
playable.
white's position. There's I feel like there's the flowing, the perfect harmony. I mean,
Yeah.
the rook on c1 is incredible. The bishop on b1 is perfect. The knight on d4 is awesome. The pawn on e3 protects the knight. The queen on g3 is doing a wonderful job. The rook on e1, okay, ideally, perhaps it would be standing on f3. The king on h1 is tucked away in the safety. It looks great. And then you look at black's position, it's like, yeah, the
What
king
do I
is
do? Yeah, what do
pawn
I
is
do?
weak.
Yeah, here because of everything we've just indicated, I mean I'm dreaming the following as black. I'm dreaming I've got to stop the pawn on g6 from being destroyed. So I've got to play bishop to g4. I've just got to play bishop to g4 to stop the assault of the queen on g6 and the rook and the bishop. So that's step number one. And the step number two is that move, rook c6, you know, like that's a move that really is, I find, injurious to my position. And I need to play a move like queen h6 to try to tie white to the defense of the e3 pawn. In other words, I would love to force white in exactly this position to play rook c6 back to c3. Right, so as black, what I'm thinking I need to do is try to convince white not to go on the offensive, but to try to get white to defend the pawn on e3, and that's my hope.
Look at this move by Eric Gassy, just played b4. You know, I'm looking at this move, Yasser. It just brings warm feelings to my heart because the first thing I'm thinking, Anatoly Karpov, prophylactic moves, right? Your position is great. What do you do? You make slow improving moves.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a visual. It's a type of move that tells your opponent, you know, I'm in control. I call the shots. I'm going to play a move like b4, which improves my position for exactly what you just said, a3, bishop a2. But on the other hand, you know, sometimes these marvelous, warm feeling, groovy moves like the move b4 can let advantage slip away. And it turns out that you have one good move, rook c6, and not two good moves. Did the wonderful, soft, improving move b4 allow g5?
Yeah, so black is seeking counterplay, and he has to do something,
Absolutely.
obviously. And while he's doing that, let's jump into the board number 4, where Yevgenios Yanidis, the young talent from Greece, he's fighting against Krishnan Sashkaran, essentially making it experience against youth. Here, white has given up a pawn. I wanted to say sack, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Well, don't forget that youth is basically unsound. I mean, age and experience, you know, really accounts more than inexperience and creativity. Give me the pawn. I like it, the extra pawn. Black is for choice, in my opinion.
I think India is going to do it. So at the moment, India leads 1.5 against half a point. Eric Gaisy is pressing against Master Vasilis. Yanidis is suffering against Ashkaran. So I would say India at the moment is looking something like 3-1, perhaps, score really good for the home team.
Absolutely. And Sassy.
I suggest we have to check 3 more games. We definitely don't want to miss USA in action. Very quickly, let's look how the best favorites, I mean, the biggest favorites of the tournament, how they're doing. We have to see the world champion in action. And this is the moment when the time trouble approaches. Move 40, ladies and gentlemen, is something which everybody is waiting for, because then you get extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 2 draws already in the USA match, 2 games remaining. Where are they? There they are. This is the game of Levon, and we were talking about the piece activity for white, the rook on h7, the king on e4, very, very nice. But you had said, well, there's one weakness, the pawn on f7, and it's defended. Will it be enough for Levon to prove something? And it's tough. I don't see the breakthrough for White.
I
White-
thought of one idea, but you're gonna immediately refute it. I mean, I thought about b5. And the
Okay,
big idea is I get a very strong pawn chain in the center, but there's one
absolutely.
minor problem.
You don't have to take it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the minor problem. And probably I don't want to allow rook h8, by the way. If I'm in black shoes, if I'm looking to make a tempo after, I would go bishop to a7. You will play your b5 move, as you just pointed out. I will take it, and I'll play bishop b6. And I'll kind of just sit there and say, okay, you know, you played b5. How successful do you feel?
I don't know. I mean, I still have some ideas like
Of course.
here and here, swap it to the queen side.
That's right.
Either way, it's quite clear. Aronian is pushing. He's pushing,
Exactly.
but Georgia is holding. Georgia is showing, I mean, we can do this. We can stop you.
Right, exactly. And it is a juggernaut that they're stopping, because right now it's 2 draws. And what about our remaining position beside Levon, I want to say?
Is Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland is playing against Tamas Gelashvili. I think this has to be the greatest chance United States has here, because I think also, imagine, Yasser, you're the 2 remaining players of the team. You're like, you know, having a peek left and right. You want to see how the other one is doing, because
Exactly.
as soon as Levon is gonna see if Shankland wins, okay, no need to play.
Exactly. And it sure feels like Sam has the better chances than does Levon. At the moment, I mean, the c5 pawn is hanging. The knight on h7 makes a biddable impression. I mean, it's a4 is queen takes a4, knight c6, knight f6, pardon me, could cause, no, hold on, what am I saying? Queen takes a4 is a legit move. I take on, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
They
what
have a name for that. It's a helpmate.
It's a helpmate. You know, I didn't know this until I was really a strong player, like a master player, but they had, you know, like all the various checkmates have a name for them. There's the epaulette mate, the Anastasia mate, there's a back rank mate, and there's a mate with a rook and knight. I was like, what? The rook and knight mate. There is the Arabian mate that also features the rook and knight, but
it might be knight of 8, yeah.
Yeah, that's the issue. There is a problem there that we can't just walk into this pin. But from the current position, does Sam Shankland have, oops.
This could be still very good for White. There's a mate threat, knight g6, and here. The bar doesn't like what I'm showing you there, but
you could have played knight g6 at once, I think.
Oh, that's quite advanced. I'm not sure why this order of the move is really important, but I guess there's some importance.
Okay, I guess there no king g8 in this case.
Yeah,
So-
but they have reached the second time control, right? This means Sam is gonna spend here good 10 minutes
Easily. Just to make
easily. So
sure,
let's jump
double
into
check.
the World Champions game, because I think there
Right.
might be some action here. No, they also
Right.
made move 40.
Okay, and when we left it, there was this beautiful knight on d4, but black was going to be playing for e5, kick the knight away, and the bishop, once you play e5, the bishop can roar to life, because then you get to go e5, d4, and instead of having the pawns on light squares, they're on dark squares, and the bishop will be in its glory. Now, having said all of that, White's got a pair of double pawns on the queen side, and is a pawn to the good. Yay.
I have a feeling there might be some potential for rook and bishop versus rook endgame. What do you think?
Wow, that's really looking ahead into a crystal ball, but I'm going to say probably cracked. But Having said that, I do see this move rook a4, and I understand where you're heading with this idea that you might be able to achieve a rook and bishop. If you could, on some wonderful day, get this type of thing, you might require white sacrificing the knight.
Right, that's the idea, right? So
Yes.
I think white will have to keep this in his mind. Also, black definitely expects it, but I mean, technically, white has an extra pawn right now.
Absolutely.
Knight
Why
c5
not?
is played.
Yep, knight c5 on the board makes perfect sense to me. I mean, if I was in white shoes right now, I would be saying, oh, please, dear Lord, let it be my move so I could play knight takes d7, king takes d7, f4, f5, and there's no way I'm losing this with white with an extra pawn. More than likely, black will have to suffer.
All right. All right, you see already there's one draw between Team Italy and Norway. Ari and Tari didn't find anything real in his game against Luca Moroni. I think that was the game of the hanging pawns, right? Yes, sir. We briefly talked about it at the very start.
a5, a4, if I remember.
Yeah,
well.
a5, a4. Moroni played a wonderful opening, easily equalized, maybe even got slightly better. So Tari finished in a draw. Maybe we can continue check board number 3 for Team Norway, which is Jon Ludvig Hammer. How is he doing?
Exactly. And as we get to the end, answer that question, I see in the chat, the discussion is about the commentary team. And yes, indeed, chess.com is featuring a number of commentators. I'm working with you today. I think tomorrow Danya might be jumping in. And then I'm actually here for, I want to say the first half, even though it's actually 6 rounds that I'm here for. But the second half of the event, I'm going to be in Greece. Vacation calls. Let's go to the Levon Aronian game as he's on camera. And he's sitting there saying, I got this great position. How am I going to win it? And he didn't go for your b5 suggestion. He actually made a very committal decision with the move a4, a5. How do you like them apples, Artur?
Well, if Levon plays it, there's definitely
right, exactly.
This is his idea. He wants to get the knight on c5.
Sure.
And recapture the b pawn and claim that he's somehow winning the rook or pawn endgame. I don't know. But the question is, how do you get the knight on b3? That's the big question.
Exactly. I mean, you've got to, as you're showing on your board, rook has to defend the pawn on d4 in order to free the knight to go. The way I would look at it is Levon wants to commit the bishop, and this is so vitally important. I can't emphasize this enough. He wants black to commit his bishop to the a7 g1 diagonal. Why? Why is it so crucial that the bishop be committed? Because he wants the rook to go to f6. If the bishop on b6 can go to d6, yes, precisely. If the bishop on b6 can go to d8, pardon me, then I can't put the rook on f6. So the move a5, if you move your bishop to c7, great. Now my knight is free. I don't care. Knight h2 to g4, I'll find a beautiful square. But if you play bishop to a7, then I think Levon's intention is to go rook f6 check and e6, e5, e6, and that's the way he's hoping to win the game.
That's a beautiful concept. You know, that's why Levon is Levon. And
Levon is the mind of Levon Aronian. It's a marvelous thing to witness.
Right. Incredible plan. So here for Levon Aronian, and this means that Team United States actually is looking pretty good right now, because very quickly, once again, jumping into Sam Shanklin's game against Tamás Gilashvili.
He's the one with the edge.
Is winning.
Ooh, well, there's this dominant theme of knight and queen. When you look at black's knight and queen, you go, oh, that's not a pretty picture. When you look at white's knight and queen, you go, oh, that's a coordinated picture. I'm wondering about the move knight d7 here. There's something I find very attractive about that move. If I can go knight takes c5 and queen takes e6, but I see that the bar didn't like that move. There must be something more in the position than this.
All right. Either way, it feels like Shankland is not
For
pressing,
choice. Yeah.
and also Ronian found a beautiful idea. I see that Magnus is on the camera.
Nice,
maybe
Magnus. Let's see
very,
what he
very
did.
quickly jump back to the team Norway, because we did not yet manage to give an overview what's happening there. Just one. Oh wait, Khan already resigned, because that was
What?
that was the position I wanted to show before
And we never
jumped
got a chance to
Ronian.
see it. Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
It was all play.
John Ludwig loses. Oh, that's a breaking news. That's a big. So far, we haven't had real match upsets. We've had, draws and stuff. We haven't talked about a real match upset. This could be something brewing here. Can we see the game of
Hammer,
Hammer?
yeah?
Yeah,
Let's
please.
check it very briefly, because the game already has been finished. So Jon Ludwig Hammer loses. It was this crazy remember Nimzo, right?
Oh yeah, right. Exactly.
And somehow White did exactly what we predicted that might happen. He had some prospects do a king set attack, and at some point everything started to fly towards black. Look at this: f5, queen f3. Okay, that's mysterious move to me. And
the mystery move. Yeah.
he just snatched the pawn, snatched the second pawn, and that's 2 extra pawns. And then suddenly White started to take over things at the king side. f6,
As well.
knight g7,
Oh my goodness.
h5, just storming forward. Look at this.
Oof. No, that was unfortunately for Hammer a rather one-sided game. It looked like a very convincing victory. Nothing to complain about.
I would love to show the game, of course, something like 10 minutes, right? I would love to go
Right.
move by move, show
But
the idea of Lodici. Brilliant game.
the match is still in progress.
It's still in the progress, so we have to pay attention to the games which are still ongoing. And
what about the fourth board?
Yeah, the fourth board, Christiansen. Let's check it. Can he save the
Yeah.
team?
Exactly. And can he give the match the decider to Magnus and say, can you win it?
Well. Is this a major upset in the making? Is Team Norway gonna suffer a loss in round 3 of the 40 World Chess Olympiad? Well, look at this. Christiansen is down 2 pawns.
Yeah, and it's a queenside majority, I would say. I'm seeing b4, b3, b2 as in push 'em baby, and that's a real visual. Even worse though is I'm seeing that the queen covers the g8 square. Why is that so bad? Because there's no back rank mates. You can set up for queen d7 and rook e1 and rook e8, but there's no back rank mates. And the knight, because the pawn is on h7, knight to f4 to g6. I'm with you.
The big results, I think.
I'm with you. It looks like if black should be able to nurse this to victory.
Did we actually talk about some of the big results on round 2? I think we had prepared a very nice list of some of the most upsetting results in round 2, like yesterday. I
remember Bulgaria defeating Croatia. That was huge.
Bulgaria crossed Croatia, being underdogs. Imagine yourself average rating. I think it was about 2380 against 2600. They crush 3.5 against half.
Wow.
What about
that? Was a huge upset in round 2, but this could be, let's say the leading upset after 3 rounds. No, very good question by Walexian88. If Norway loses today, are they out? The simple answer is no. So the competition is not an elimination competition. The competition is a Swiss system. And what does that mean? A Swiss system is actually just simply a pairing system that prepares teams with similar scores against other teams with similar scores. So if one team wins 3 matches in a row, they're going to be matched against another team that has likewise won 3 matches in a row. And every team, including the Norway team, will play 11 matches over the course of the competition. Each match has 2 points up for grabs. So the maximum number of points that a team can earn is 22. Now, oftentimes, a lot of the winning teams, gold medal teams, give up a draw, meaning the match ends 1-1, and sometimes 2 draws. 2 matches end 1-1, or even 3 matches end at 1-1. If Norway were to lose today, they would get no points in the match. But that wouldn't put them out of the competition. On the contrary, they would look to bounce back against a lower ranked team and hope that the leading teams will start drawing matches. So no, a loss does not eliminate you.
The same applies for every team, not just Team
Exactly.
Norway. Even if every team stumbles, like United States might drop a point or 2 points at some point. This happens.
Exactly.
Tell you honestly, it's very rare if somebody finishes the Olympiad with the perfect score, like 11 wins out of 11.
I never saw it.
It never happens.
I never saw it.
You drop points. You drop points at some point, and you see also Team USA is struggling at some point because the competition is so hard. So one thing is having this big advantage on the paper. The second, you have to go out there and prove it. And everybody is really strong here.
Let's go once again to that game of Sam Shanklin, because again, Georgia versus the United States, huge matchup on board one, or we think that the United States team, when we left it, it was 1-1, meaning we got 2 draws, but Sam Shanklin just played this monster move, Queen D7. And why do I call that a monster move? Because that says, let's trade queens. And if you don't trade queens, I'm going to be threatening queen takes e6 check, or even worse, queen f7 check and knight g6 mate. And I think after this last move, king g1, this is handshake time.
Wait, what about knight f8? What I'm missing there?
Knight f8, queen check, and f7, of course.
Still needs to be calculated, right? Or you are gonna somehow dominate me. This knight is not moving.
Right. I'm going to play queen takes f8 check and knight g6 when I get the chance to play the move b3 and I'm in the square. So in this moment, I might start with the move king f2.
Or king f2, maybe that's more precise. Hide the king to the safety, then play here, 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 transpose to the pawn endgame, and that's how you clinch the game.
Exactly. Now that's the long way. I'm kind of shocked that isn't there a short way of winning this game? Can I go in this exact position? Queen, I don't know. Queen e7, and maybe somehow. Wow.
I don't see immediately, tell you honestly. Maybe it's something like knight g6 and queen e6 and h takes on g6. This also wins,
and
but
just dominate. Yeah, that way.
Yeah, this is nice.
It looks like Sam is putting the finishing touches on this one, but yeah, that move knight f8, that's the only way to resist. I mean, there is no other resistance.
This just takes 2 pawns. The king is exposed. This should be also lights out.
Lights out. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Shanklin is going to do it. He's going to be the hero, and I'm not sure if Aronian is going to continue to press. I mean, I guess it really depends. If he has a very nice position.
Yeah, if he can do it risk-free. If he can
risk-free, risk-free is the right word. But still, I mean, okay, he sees the team is winning. That's it. I mean, let's play a draw.
Going to a previous question from our chat, what makes an event like the Olympiad so memorable? Right now, we're seeing it. So it's possible, and we believe it's going to happen, that Sam Shanklin is the hero of the team. Just that. Just you're the hero of the team. You won the match. So many times during this competition, the team requires somebody to step up and be the hero for the team that day. And it often happens during the Olympiad that the guy who's doing terrible, and you're worried sick that you're going to put this guy who's lost 3 matches in the competition, and he turns out to be the hero for the crucial game. And those memorable moments are just so special.
And it's also the other side, Yasser, right? For example, you can be the anti-hero. This happens. This happens. Let's say you blunder a win, or because of the game you played, the team loses. And what I've seen is that everybody is slightly angry, but of course, everybody understands, right? Everybody understands. So it's very, very important to keep the good team spirit. Everybody like clap. I mean, it happens, right? Of course, everybody's angry. How do you do that? But it's important to keep it going. And I've seen it happen before, is that anti-heroes become heroes, etc. Right? So I blew one match, then I proved to my team that
I'm worthy.
That's what makes chess really exciting, and the team win.
Oh, no question about it. And that's what makes them so memorable. And again, a shout out to the chat for cajoling us with your questions and recalling those moments that make the team so memorable. One another memorable moments are when you've won your game, right? I mean, it's very hard to describe, right? But you shake hands, you sign the score sheets, you give the arbiter the copy of the score sheets, you turn, and then like everybody jumps on you. It's like you've been gentlemanly, you behave very correctly, and then it's just that moment that everybody jumps on you, and you did it, like yay, and away you go. Sam Shanklin could be the hero for the moment. Is that the board, Cam?
Yeah, I mean, we have to obviously change the game. So at the moment, what I see is that Team India is going to beat Greece.
Okay.
United States of America look to be set to be Georgia.
Okay.
Italy is about to score a major upset, if you can call it like that, beating Norway.
I think we can call it like that. Yeah, that would be a major upset.
And I think we just take a break.
Yeah, as we, by the way, just to be sure that we made the first time control, everybody happy, no forfeits, nothing like that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just making sure that we did. We'll take a break. We'll see you on the other side.
Yeah. See you very soon.
As the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Muzichuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzichuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 44th Chess Olympiad from Chennai, India. You're with Arturs and Yasser as we get ready to call the very final part of this, what has been a very exciting round 3. Arturs, shall we jump to the ladies and see what is going on in their section?
Yeah, I think we have to do that because it's been a while since we have done it. And
Exactly.
there's a lot of results already on the board. So I think we are going to start with Team India.
For sure.
First board is already a draw. Harika did not find arguments with the black color against Jovanka Hoska. That game finished in a draw. So this is the second board. Vaishali against Toma Katarina. Remember this extra pawn after the opening. I think it was very, very fast forwarding. I think it was about here.
Okay.
White kept the pawn. White
That's
never gave
already
it
an
away.
achievement. That's already a sort, because when we left it, we kind of felt that the the open B file and the bishop on G7 was full compensation.
Yeah, and now look at this. Now this is what has happened in the last 3 hours or so. So what significantly has made a huge progress. The A pawn is unstoppable. I would say it's already very close to technically winning. A5 is a big threat. If the queens get traded this night and the pawn is going to cost black the bishop most likely, and then it's just a piece of cake, I would say India is about to score a victory here.
But let me play devil's advocate for just a moment there, because there is that move Queen A7, reminding White that if she did, that there is a pawn hanging on F2 and there is a pawn hanging on A4.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, so it's still, I mean, that bishop is still controlling matters and making it difficult for White to just claim. In this case, however, Queen takes, that will be lights out, and White would be winning in this case.
Yeah, that looks to be winning. So Queen E2 defense against this threat is threatening to play Queen E7, maybe something like King F7, but I can always play Queen A2, defend both pawns on A4, on F2, bring the knight in the game. Now, I think this should be technical. This should be technical win, but I mean, of course, some work is still required.
That's what I meant to say. Work is still required. It's not just like in bridge, you can claim a contract and say, okay, this is what's going on. And the other boards?
Board number 3. Tanya Sachdev with black is playing against Lan Yao. It's just a draw.
Yeah.
I don't see how to win this. It's already agreed, by the way.
Okay. Fair result.
I think they just agreed because we still don't have the official result. And the fourth board is Kulkarni against Kalaya Lalan.
Looks like
and
White is winning.
Kulkarni is winning. And we get, by the way, yes, sir, we get a very nice upset alert. I mean, pardon me if I'm happy for both the countries and perhaps somebody who is cheering for Team Armenia. Estonia women team beat Armenia.
Ooh, okay, upset there. And that was a close one, close to call, 2.5, 1.5. I saw in the results there.
We're going to check it. We're going to check in a moment. So just to wrap up this match of Team India against England.
One draw so far? Or
one draw so far, indeed. And Vaishali, I think she's pressing for a win. Kulkarni looks to be set to be winning. This is how many pawns? I can't count. Something like 3.
Sounds decisive.
Sounds decisive, exactly. And I think that India is gonna seal the deal and take this game. So where's Team Estonia? I have to check it because this is rather unexpected because Armenia is usually so strong.
Exactly. Where did it go wrong for Team Armenia? Who was the culprit? Who was the culprit?
Narva Mai beat Elina Danelian on the top board. So we are gonna follow the games too much, but this is what happened on board position. Number 1.
Yeah. Wow.
Board number 2. Margaret Olde played a draw against Lilith Mrkchan.
Okay.
All right. Well played. Board number 3. Anastasia Sinitsina played a draw against Mariam Mrkchan.
By the way, Arturs, I have to say your pronunciation of the names are remarkable. You're going down this list of names that I would tongue twist myself trying to pronounce. Is it a gift that comes from knowing languages like Latvian, English?
Maybe
Do you
Russian.
speak Russian as
Maybe
well?
Russian,
Ah.
because in the Russian speaking community, I mean, Russian is my third language, besides of Latvian is native, English is second, and Russian is third.
Yeah.
So I speak pretty fluently. I think it helps. But to be honest, I'm not sure I spell it correctly. So in case,
You're convincing me.
in case I misspell,
Right.
I do apologize.
No,
I'm trying to
mispronounce,
do my
yeah.
best. I'm trying to do my best really to spell it correctly, but sometimes just it's
Yeah,
not.
no, your pronunciation has been very impressive. And I mean, I'm certainly not one to contradict you in terms of the proper pronunciation of the names, but you're doing a great job there. And once again, to continue our Armenia versus Estonia upset.
And this is rather unexpected because lower rated Sofia Blokhin made a draw against much higher rated Susana Gaboyan. And this means Estonia beat Georgia. No, I'm sorry, Armenia. 2.5 against 1.5.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So cool. If you don't mind, I mean, look, I'm biased. Tell me how the U.S. women's ladies are doing. If you
check that.
Yeah.
Wait. Just a second.
Yeah.
There's some individual upsets also in Team Israel, I think, right?
Yeah, Team Israel.
I see a familiar name. Just a sec, let me try to bring it up.
Dina?
No.
No.
Well, she won, no?
Okay. You're telling
Not
me.
sure. I'm not sure. I mean, anyway, I just wanted to go through the leaderboard. There's the second board. Team Ukraine is playing against Slovakia. I think we have to check it.
Of course, please. I mean, always our respects to the top seeds should be first. They earn their recognition, by the way. I really feel very strongly in those types of situations where, like, that's why I always like to go to Magnus or Humpy, because they work very, very hard to become the #1 seed. And yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, so you're told to check United States game and I switched to Ukraine. Oh.
No, it's okay. It's okay because I thought you're playing favorites, and I like it. I like it.
Yeah, then after that, let's move to the United States, okay?
Patience. All good things will come to those who wait.
All right. So Muzachuk,
Yes.
Anna Muzachuk beat Eva Repkova. 1 point for Team Ukraine.
Bravo.
Board number 2, Maria Muzachuk with the white collar is about to crash through Zuzana Borosova's defenses. And this might be the 2nd point for Team Ukraine.
Also very good.
The third board, Natalia Buksa has already beat her opponent, Zuzana Hagaro. This means that Team Ukraine is going to do it. For the sake of complete result, I'm going to check Yulia Osmak game. This is also winning for black.
I see a Peshki on B2 and a Rook on A1. And usually those types of moments spell trouble. Yeah, looks like black should win.
Black should win because of this pawn. I mean, Bishop A2,
Yes.
I guess, is a very big threat unless we blunder somehow this pawn here. Maybe just trade it.
Exactly.
And slowly win it. So Ukraine is going to do it.
Absolutely.
The United States. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. You see, all good things come to those who wait.
Gulruk Begim Tokiryanova.
That's the
playing
one.
black.
That's the one. If you can get that one, you have my respects.
All right, she's playing here with black, trying to hold on.
Well, that's the question. If there was a bishop on B3 and a pawn on A4, and that bishop is anchored protecting the passed a pawn, protecting the pawn on f7, I would say there's no issues. You take away the pawn on a5, yeah, white is likely to win the game. This is, but you're right. Okay, I'm showing my bias here as I'm hoping that Begin will hold. What about board number 2?
Board number 2, Irina Krush already has played a draw against Bayarma Kargal. So this game is draw. So the moment, no victory for Team United States. Third board, Carissa Yip. Let me check it. He's still playing.
Our 18-year-old phenom, Carissa Yip, with whom we have great aspirations. Wait a minute, white is completely winning.
White is completely winning. White is completely winning. So this means that Team United States most likely is not going to win the match. So I am sorry to disappoint you, because this would mean already if Turmung Mokzul is going to win the game against Carissa Yip. She already won it. Yeah. Just this
I think that last move by white was not a move, King d4, e4. I think the last move, I think that the king was just placed on that square as black resigned. The completely winning position for white.
Actually, there was a pawn.
Oh, okay, even worse.
Well, I get your point.
Yeah. Usually they put the king on e4, the digital board, to show the white victory. And finally, our fourth board.
Tatev Abrahamyan can save the team.
Can I ask for a save? Come on, Tatev.
Well, it's going to be tough because it's just very equal.
True that.
This means Tatev is going to play it forever. I mean, you have simply no choice. If you're playing a single tournament, this is the position you have. Okay, whatever. Just play a draw. No big deal. But now, entire team is looking at you.
Right.
Come on, do it. Come on, play it, right? And of course, Abrahamyan is going to play it on, and everything can still happen here.
Right.
But to be honest, how? I don't know.
Oh, definitely. I remember one of my experiences in the 1994 Olympiad in Moscow. It's like we were playing a team from Chile. I was playing International Master Cruz, and it was like one of those, last games to finish kind of thing. And it was like one of my absolute best breakthroughs of a pawn breakthrough and an ending, a king and pawn ending, majorities, and I have this pawn breakthrough. But it was incredible risky decision that I made, and I had calculated this king and pawn endgame, very, very complicated. And my team would come, and they would all be watching. I would make a move. Then my team would all leave the playing hall. They had worried expressions. They come back.
The heat.
Yeah,
the heat, right? From their stare, they're just
the gleeful expression as they come back. And then I make a move and they'd be worried again and they go running out. It's too funny. Hey, we've got a question from Marco from YouTube. It's definitely nicer to play in a team event, like Eric Hansen said. But in your experience, how does it feel to lose a game for your team? That's the downside. Bang.
Letting down.
Marco, man, goodness. I mean, again, chess is this individual sport. And, I go and I play in a tournament. It doesn't matter. I go and play in the Reykjavik Open, the Gibraltar Open. And I win some and I lose some. I lose one game and I feel bad for myself. Never mind. But when I lose on the team, I feel, 4 times as miserable. Yeah. Losing is bad enough, but letting down your team, you feel this added sense of responsibility, and that's tough. That's the downside of.
And I can make it even worse. Lose a critical game, like a medal game.
Oh,
and that's very, very, very bad, really.
Very painful.
There's a lot of responsibility. You feel guilty.
Yeah. Right.
In the eyes of the team, everybody understands,
right?
But I mean, you just want to disappear for a moment, right? Because you know that everybody's relying on you, the players, the captain, the fans,
yeah,
everybody, your family at home, everybody's watching. Come on, right? Because everybody has supporters, right? This is also something that we have to mention. Everybody has families, everybody has friends, watching very often on streams, maybe even this broadcast. Come on, let's do it, right? And then you lose like a very important game. It's tough, actually.
Yeah, inconsolable. Conversely to that, by the way, I like to give a more upbeat, positive story. I was in Garfield High School in Seattle, Washington, and Garfield High School with no chess experience and so on. We were very, very good in athletics, great team, in fact. So chess was really kind of crazy. But somehow we had won the Metro League, and then we won the high school chess league, and somehow there was I think the cheerleaders were having car washes, and somehow we raised some money, and the entire team went to Cleveland for these high school championships. And there we completely outperformed. I obviously led the team, and so forth and so on. And we were in a situation where we could win some really, really nice trophy. And guess who lost the last round? Me. I lost the last round, and we didn't perform that well. As a result, we won some trophy, but we fell off the podium. Let's put it like that. And I was so happy it was me who lost the game. I was just so happy, because I was like, I don't care, 2,500, and our second board was say 2,100, and then 1,900 and 1,700 and 1,500, that kind of thing. So I was by far, the leader of the team. And when I lost, I felt bad for myself, bad for the team, of course, but I was so happy it was me.
Right. Yes, sir.
Hey, we got this huge news. Italy has won.
Italy beat Norway. Norway goes down.
Wow, breaking news. So let's take a look. First of all, did the Magnus game finish?
I think he's still playing, most likely.
He's okay.
It's just Christiansen most likely lost the game.
Right.
So this is Magnus's game. And let me try to pull up Christiansen's game. Yeah, he lost it. That's it. Norway cannot escape from a loss because Italy leads 2.5 against half a point, and Magnus, he can't be the hero today because it doesn't matter what he does. Right. Maybe for the yellow points, he cannot save Team Norway from a loss.
Exactly.
Congratulations, Italians. Well done.
Well, no question about it. Well done, Italy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Magnus, we were talking about, once he gets in the move e6, e5, he's going to follow up with d5, d4. He'll keep his pawns on dark squares, and his bishop will be triumphant.
And also for
this is not what I had prescribed. The bishop is not.
Imagine yourself, Yasser. You're sitting there alone, and your game unfortunately does not matter.
Exactly.
It's very, very unpleasant, and it might also affect his own game, right? I'm sorry.
No question. You're right.
Yeah. So he knows that the match is now decided. You can see his body language, like
disappointed.
Yeah, very, very disappointed, of course.
But pardon me, excuse me. But isn't Magnus in trouble? Like
play rook a8.
Yeah. Okay. So imagine. Okay, how could Magnus be in trouble? So yes, exactly. b5, rook takes, and my king on f2 is in a good position. I don't say it's the ideal position for the white king.
I think there's king d6.
Knight takes e4 check.
And somehow black is okay. Don't ask me how. I don't know. Yes, sir.
But I'm just saying my king on f2 is in a good standing to how do you say, keep the pawns on d5 and e4. So a good blockading position. And in that position that we did have, I saw g4 and f5. So my king on f2 was really good. And I thought, well, if I'm white, I'm playing for a long time to come. Now, he recaptured, did Magnus with the bishop on a8, and very quickly the knight has come to c3. What's the ideal square? Yes, correct. e3. E3 is the dream square. Put the knight on e3 and you start to understand why I'm wondering, is Magnus not seriously worse? Because from e3, we're blockading, we're hitting f5, we're hitting d5. Maybe on a good day, we get to play the move b4, b5 as well, and away we go.
I don't think he can even be physically worse. I mean, white can't be even physically worse at some point because, for example, I play knight e3, bishop e6, I play h4.
Right? You can't lose.
I just never can lose this. This king is never gonna make it here. I just sit and wait. I mean, maybe play, I don't know.
Rook d2, rook d4,
rook d2, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was why I was wondering. Well, okay. And the white knight is heading to the dream square. In any case, regardless of the outcome of the world champion, Norway crashes to a defeat against Italy. And I think that is a very serious upset. On all the boards, there must have been a serious rating advantage for Norway. I wanted to ask you, Arturs, how big a rating advantage was it?
For this match, let me check it.
Between Team Italy.
Norway is about 2690 average rating, but mainly that is thanks to Magnus. Team Italy is 2574. Well, okay, you know, I wouldn't really say this is a huge upset because Team Italy is very strong. It's young, it's motivated. They have several very strong young grandmasters. But it's not like I would say this is totally sensational because in a good day, teams with average 2570, they can even beat anybody, right? So this is Italy's day.
True. But nonetheless, quite the accomplishment there and early in the competition. If you're going to lose a match, by the way, you want to do it early in the competition because then you can hit the trampoline, you can go 4-0 in the next match and get yourself right back in contention. Conversely, you lose in round 9 or 10, competition's over, somebody leapfrogs past you, and there you have it. So get your sins early. Okay, very good. And where else would our chat like to take us? Where do things stand? By the way, and
there's some
the
teams
US
we haven't visited for a while, and I was told in the chat that Team Netherlands is doing really great, and at least it was for Anish.
Okay.
Maybe we jump in. I have a feeling that this Gay Vocatura against Carlsen is going to finish in a draw. That's my feeling, to be honest.
Yep.
There we go. Grandelius against Anish Giri.
Whoa. A little scary here for white, right? But
the white color has done the job today. Well done.
No, I mean, the first thing I think, I don't know about you, but I think the first mating pattern I ever saw was a queen on h6 and a pawn on f6, a white queen on h6. So here, the mating pattern is black plays f3 and queen g2 mate. I think that's the first mating pattern I ever saw. Then maybe back rank mates and things after that. So somehow in my hardwired chess brain, I see that's queen on h3 and I go, well, there better not be any supporting characters because that's usually bad news when you see a queen on h3 and
not be something, right?
Many defenders for white.
Oh, and black is even to move. He's up.
That's what I mean. Black. So I was thinking f3, queen takes a6, king h5. So there's no further checks. You know, takes, queen takes, and you know, the white queen, pardon me, the black white. The white
No, it doesn't
king.
work, unfortunately for you.
Yeah, the white king is rather alone.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, but that's a brilliant point, right? It makes sense to utilize these pieces that you have here,
Mhm.
do something against the king. Maybe it's just the order the moves, which
Yeah.
really matters.
Yeah,
Either way,
exactly. Please.
Netherlands is going to do it. Anish is not going to lose this game. That is quite clear. He most
That's
likely
right.
wins the game. Team Netherlands is already scoring 2-0. This means good result for Team Netherlands. And there's one team I would love to check. And actually, you know, yes, I feel quite guilty because we haven't had the chance to check Indian team number 2. They have this amazing set of young players like Gukesh, like Pragg, like Sadwani. Let's go there. Let's check how they're doing.
Absolutely, no question. And first of all, their opponent is, drum roll,
Gukesh. Gukesh against Georgiadis.
Sorry, just still getting the zen of the position.
It's just something extra, I think, for black. Like,
yeah, well,
he already won the game, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice the score sheet.
Yeah, there's this nasty pin on the first rank, and I was looking at queen e8 check, but king h7 or rook f8 check. There's nothing. Black win.
Yeah, so this
Okay.
means that 3-0 for India too. They're crushing Switzerland right now.
Wow, that's Switzerland should not be a pushover for anybody, but 3-0 speaks volumes. This is the remaining game?
Yeah, this is the remaining game, and Ramesh Babu Pragananda is playing against Yannick Pelletier, well-experienced grandmaster from Switzerland, and he's doing pretty well, actually. I think Pragg might lose this.
Yeah, I was about to say, my first impression is, isn't it fun to be white?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It looks to me like black's king is far more vulnerable than white's king. I agree, I'm a pawn down, but I think the attack should be advantage white.
Unless I somehow can force. There's no rook f3. I wanted to play rook f3, g-dex and queen g5.
Clever.
Yes.
Win.
Too clever for own good. Queen f2.
And
yeah, so we have a word that Magnus is done. He has finished his game, and very quickly, let's jump back to the Magnus Carlsen's game here. The world champion has accepted. Let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. Listen, this is not our day for Team Norway.
Absolutely. And yeah, white certainly is not worse in the position they agreed to draw. And again, we just tip our hat. Was that final score, by the way, 3-1 Italy, therefore?
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Truly. You don't take down a 2,700 average team 3-1. And yeah, Italy styles in round 3.
So, of course, huge congratulations to all of the Italian fans who are cheering for the team. Very young perspective team. Unfortunate day for Norwegian fans, but just to cheer you up, this tournament is still not over because the tournament system is 11 rounds of Swiss. I mean, everything can still happen.
Everything can, and trust me when I say these events can get streaky. You want to enjoy the trend when it's in your favor, and sometimes you know, a good result can propel you for many rounds forward. We'll see how Team Italy handles this wonderful success and how Team Norway recovers. What about Spain, Brazil? We kind of lost some of the other top boards as well, and we'd like to just do our best to recognize our top 5.
So Alexei Shirov has played a draw. I wonder if he can get the score sheet of
There we
the
go,
finished
draw.
games.
Spain does lead though.
There we go. 2-1. Spain leads.
Right. Okay. I saw 2 draws and 1 win. There it is. Right there.
And that means the final game is Iturrizaga against Diamant. And there's no way that Iturrizaga is going to lose this. On the contrary, he can be risking to win the game. And that means Spain is going to do it.
Over Brazil. Okay.
Over Brazil.
Very good. And then we have
Who else?
What was the Polish team doing?
Polish.
Poland. Well, Duda won so quickly, we didn't even get a chance to enjoy its success. Only the final position.
Very fast, quick, and painless.
Death. Queen takes G2.
So
And
yeah, young Krzysztof Duda beat
Australia.
again with this very spectacular queen sacrifice, queen takes G2, and they actually finished the match. You see, there's the
2.5.
final result. Duda's the hero, I guess.
Definitely. But wow, okay. Australia got in a shot though, as well.
Although actually there's a interesting minor upset, if we can call it like that. Kuibakarov played an excellent game apparently,
Okay.
and he beat Radoslav Wojtaszek with
That's
black
right.
collar. You know, actually I'm quite curious how it happened, but probably we want to check some of the ongoing games first, right?
Yes, please. But that nice. I mean, if you're going to lose a match, you want somebody to get in a shot for the team. You know, it's just sort of like we lose, but you get a big fat zero. Got a question. Are there rules on entering multiple teams? Why is India the only team that has done so? Okay, good question. Thank you so much for the question. Indeed, it's kind of this evolution that happened. So obviously, one team per country, full stop, end of story. Like that's where we start. And most Olympiads, everybody understands that to be the case. But there was a period of time where there would be an odd number of teams entering the Olympiad. And that meant that once per round, some team was winning by a forfeit, a bye. Everybody else was playing, and this poor unfortunate team that had come all of this way couldn't play. So the organizers felt that in those Olympiads where they had an odd number of teams, the host nation should have 2 teams. And it became almost a tradition that the host nation would have 2 teams, both in the open section as well as the women's section. And that just kind of evolved. Now, how it happened that now it's 3 and the host nation, India, has actually got 6 teams, 3 ladies and 3 teams in the open section. Now, why it happened, how that happened, it evolved. And the host, India, obviously, it's such a powerful nation, is very pleased to have 6 teams in the Olympiad. There I see the U.S. Women's team. Now you've got the Levon Aronian, and look at this, big changes. Levon is a pawn down, but he's the one with the attacking initiative, Arthur.
Yeah, and he made my idea of B5 happen. I think oh wait, it was Black actually, who was out of the desperation, I guess, of this rook f4, rook f6 idea. Somehow combined with knight b3, knight c5. He did push c5 himself.
Okay.
And now white got this very powerful center of the pawns in the center, bring the king on e4, give up the pawn on a5, because not everything is about the pawns. And this pawn chain, knight e5, maybe somehow combined with rook f7, should seal the deal in favor for Levon.
Exactly. This knight d5, rook f8.
I think so. That should be the most straightforward.
Right. And it's not just that the rook and knight make a very effective, formidable attacking unit, but once in that position, play rook takes f7.
Just rook f7.
Rook f7.
Tricky.
Yeah, and you just say, not only do I have this rook and knight that come, I've got a passer on d4. I've got a passer on e5. So for sure, Levon's, even though he's a pawn down, that pawn on b7 is no match for the pawn on e5. Just as the pawn on f7 is no match for the pawn on d4. So white looks really good. Did Sam Shanklin win his game, by the way?
I think so. Just a second. It was completely
we left
winning.
it some time ago. He was completely winning. I just want to make sure that
No, he's still playing, by the way.
Team USA has secured victory. Sam has won some pawns. He won the c5, a4 pawn, but the game is still in progress. 1-1, USA versus Georgia. 2 games remaining. Both games definitely in Team USA's favor. We should be winning this match convincingly now.
Yeah, that's how it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and since we're talking about Team United States, we checked Levon Aronian's game. There's Samuel Shanklin. One of them at least is going to win the game, probably both of them. We have this very amazing team profile for Team United States created by our amazing producers. Let's check it out.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shanklin would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. During its triumph in 2016, Team USA was led in scoring by Wesley So. In this year's Olympiad, So returns to play as the 2 seed, which should offer him some favorable matchups. The 3 seed is Aronian, which also should play in Team USA's favor. Aronian ranked as the top player for each of Armenia's gold medals in 2006, 2008, and 2012. Aronian now brings that experience and pedigree to Team USA while going up against the opposing country's 3rd best player. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 44th Chess Olympiad from Chennai, India. That was a lovely little profile there, Arturs, of the Team USA. And Team USA, it's kind of struggled. It was not been smooth rides in rounds 1 and 2. Rounds 3, we're still fighting against Georgia. The score is 1-1, but the 2 remaining games, the Shanklin game that we have on the screen, as you can see, white has a number of extra pawns, 2 in fact, should be winning, and we think Levon is winning as well. A victory of 3-1 against Georgia is commendable and kind of makes up for the fact that our first 2 rounds have not been great.
I'm not really surprised, Yasa, to be honest, that USA is struggling because it's the burden of being heavy favorites.
True.
and they feel it. And
Mhm.
it's also has to do probably something with this huge different time zone, because again, United
Yes.
States, you look at the map, where's United States, where's it's like
11 hour
yeah,
time zone difference. Yeah.
many time zones. So you
Yeah.
need to get in the rhythm. And this not only applies to United States, it applies to all of the American
Many
countries who
nations,
flew
yeah.
there. You need to get adjusted. So there might be some tough starts for some of the favorites at the start, but the game, I mean, the tournament continues to progress, and they're going to show their muscles sooner or later.
No question about it. Also, I just wanted to say there's a psychological element there too. I always thought that Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, Magnus Carlsen, the world champions, if you will, stand out in their extraordinary success. Clear. But there's something else. I played all of these world champions from, I want to say Michael Tal, Vasily Smyslov. I met with Bobby Fischer. I never played Bobby Fischer, but Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, yada, yada, yada. And whenever I got a chance to play these players, I really felt like it was my moment in the sun. I was really, really happy whenever I'm playing Garry Kasparov or Anatoly Karpov. And I really, really wanted to perform well. In fact, I usually outperformed myself and I overperformed, if you will. I really won a lot of games against these world champions, and I was very proud of it. So in other words, I knew I had this moment in the sun, and, I really rushed to greet it. When you're playing in the Olympiad and you're playing against, the number one team in the competition, you're like, hey, if we can beat these guys, we can beat anybody. Let's have the time of our lives. And sometimes you're wearing this target. And so it was always impressive to me that Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov were so successful as world champions. And they were enormously successful because every single person they were playing against brought their A game. Imagine that. Just imagine that. Everybody, whatever opening trap, idea, concept that you ever had, you saved it for Karpov. You saved it for Kasparov. You wanted to beat these guys. So, you're the number one Olympic team. There's a lot of people out there gunning for you. They're not going to give you a free ride.
Right, absolutely. So it's tough being favorites, and we are just seeing that. I would say that USA's chances to winning the title, they shouldn't be taken for granted.
No,
absolutely not. I think we are going to up for many surprises. So one of them we already saw today, Team Norway dropping big time against Italy, 3-1. That's it. Mm-hmm. Major blow to their chances to conquer medals. They're still in the contention. The tournament is not over. And most likely, we already discussed it before, USA is going to drop points. So I guess in Team USA's best interest is to do it as painless as possible, right? I mean, not like in the last round, the critical fight for the medals.
No, exactly. And it's going to be when those favorites, those Indian teams, those face off against one another, US and Norway and India and the US, when they face off against each other. And I understand, by the way, we had another upset. Team Germany went down today.
Yeah, let's check that because it's quite surprising. Team Germany is number 9 seeded.
Okay.
And maybe I can pull up the top board. This is the final position that went on in the game between Matthias Blubaum against Markus Rager. And you see 2.5. 2.5
very
points.
Close match.
Yeah. Very, very surprising because Kollars, Nisipiano, Svane, they're 2650 level guys. Right. And Vincent Keimer was not yet playing today.
Right. I guess this final position that you have in the Austria-Germany first board, that's a very unusual perpetual check. You don't see that type of perpetual check with the rook sitting on H1. you obviously f7 is mate. There's issues on the back rank for
Yes, sir. What's the
black.
word for this? There's a threefold repetition. What is this?
Threefold repetition?
No, that's already more, no?
Oh, more than threefold?
Now, how do you call that? I mean,
I don't know. I, I remember, there's so many funny moments where players, or like one player is refusing to claim the repetition, and the other player refuses as well. So they go well beyond the three. But I don't know if it has a name. Well, I'll ask our chat.
yeah,
if
dear
there's a
chat,
name
by the
for
way.
that. Yeah.
By the way, it's good that you, Yasser, brought it up. Once again, I would like to thank you for being so amazing here today. And in case you spot something, some upsetting results, because for us,
Let us
it's
know.
difficult sometimes to spot everything during a limited time here. You see something very interesting going on, maybe even slightly lower boards, because we're mainly concentrating on the top boards. Don't hesitate. I mean, write us, please let us know, and maybe we could check it very quickly for you.
Fivefold repetition. Thank you.
Fivefold.
Fivefold repetition.
Fivefold repetition.
I'm being asked if we could take a look at Pragg's. It's kind of difficult for us to go below the top 10. We got to kind of sort through a whole series of games, but we will try our best to match your request. Do we have Pragg's game?
All right. So Pragg is suffering. That's the latest word. He has extra pawn. He's not enjoying it.
No, he's not.
Belichick is enjoying it.
There is this bishop eyeballing that tender e6 pawn, and you've got a weakness on a6. You can go like a move like queen e5 just to cover the pawn on e6, but then you cough up the one pawn extra that you've been having, and then you're just struggling without that extra pawn. I don't know. I think it's difficult for both players, right? I mean, again, Team India has won this match convincingly. They lead 3-0, but this game, 3 results.
Right. Yeah, looks like that indeed. So what else do we have here? Maybe let's go very quickly through the top teams. I think at some point we're gonna make a break anyway, and one more final break, right?
Okay,
That
sounds
was
like a plan.
the idea.
Right.
So let me check. Perhaps Team India has something changed there. So Hare Krishna
Right.
beat Master Vasilis. That's board number 1. So where's their result? It's 2.5 against half a point. Okay, no big changes are going to be there.
Okay.
And the final board is still playing. Okay, let's check it maybe.
All right. This is
I mean, the
Team
match is already
India
decided, but
versus Team Greece. Yes.
versus Greece, exactly.
Okay, and 2.5 for Team India.
And Sashi Karan is still trying to make good out of this. There's no risk. The team is already finished. No pressure. Nobody's looking behind his shoulder. I mean, come on, Krishnan, do it for the team, right?
Right.
No pressure.
No, I mean, I think the chances of a draw are high just because of the fact that the rook on a7 is in this really passive situation where it's defending the pawn on a5, but the rook can't be released. And okay, but in any case, India has won this game. If you don't mind me asking, how about in the ladies? Do we have all of the results of the top, say, 5 teams?
We would
already
have to go and check very quickly. Just a second. So this is the game of Team United States, who is still struggling, I guess.
That was the Tatev Abrahamian.
Wait. What just happened there? The bar is merciless. Yeah.
White went down big time. She wasn't supposed to capture and allow the outside pass pawn. I think that's very, very clear to one and all. that suddenly black is the one in the driver's seat, as there's going to be the worst pawns for the knights are A pawns and H pawns, because the knights are hoppers, they're short range pieces. And if they have to hop all the way to the side of the board, they're defending and they're ineffective.
Right, so White lost this game, and Tokirionova on the top board. So Team United States is going to lose this match, unfortunately, for USA fans. Happy for Mongolian fans, of course. So, yeah, here, Tokirionova with the black color is not going to win this game. She's going to most likely kill it to a draw. So, what we do now, I think, Yasser, we're going to make one more final break, something like 5 minutes. Then we're going to come back, check some of the remaining games. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'm very happy to have you here with us today. See you in a moment. Cheers.
championship, I wanted to say, of the Olympiad, not the championship, but the Olympiad of Chennai, India. Hello, and as we get started for our coverage, I just want to send out a collegiate message. Chess.com is proud to announce the fall 2022 and the spring 2023 Collegiate Chess League seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. Make sure to sign up to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students. $50,000 in prize fund. Good reason why you want to sign up. Send me to school, Archer. I want to get my degree. And first of all, let's just double check with Team America, our #1 seed.
Right.
Did they secure the match against Georgia?
I think there is a bit delay of the games because Levon Aronian is still having this position against Mikhail Michalishvili
some time ago. Yeah,
it's quite like 20 minutes ago. I'm pretty sure they already played some moves, and also Samuel Shankland has a technically winning position against Tamas Galashvili. Maybe those games already finished. We just don't have the final word on this.
Okay.
I don't know. But what I think it's safe to say that USA is going to win it. At least one of the USA teams today wins and continues the conquest to go for the medals. But I strongly suggest to go for Team Ukraine because it's quite surprising. There's just one result so far. Very, very tough matches. And the top board here, Anton Korobov, appears to be in trouble.
Yeah, well, no question about it. I mean, just look at the situation. Black's pieces are quite harmonious. King on e6, knight g5, rook e4. The extra pawn makes me feel very, very good. And finally, just the fact that White's pieces are ineffective. What's this bishop on c7 doing, if not to just go to d6 and only protect the pawn on c5? Black, wow, you play h4, rook e2, you might even start thinking about checkmate.
Yeah, the pawn on c6 is easily defended by king d5, so it's not even a threat. So we don't have any more moves here. I suspect that Korobov didn't lose on time.
No. Very unlikely indeed. We expected in day one a lot of relay problems. We had them, and that was really good. Somehow we worked our way through them. Much improved yesterday. I thought the whole broadcast went a lot easier. Today we're seeing somehow some glitches appearing, but not to worry. By the time the last rounds of the Olympiad are going, we will be snapping those moves out, Artur.
Right.
What other results do you have for us?
Andrei Valakitin on the second board has finished. By the way, here we see this result. I don't have it on the screen, by the way, but thanks to our amazing producers, we're doing a tough job in the background. You can't see that, but we commentators, we appreciate that. So Quezada beat Korobov. This means Team Cuba is leading against Ukraine. Jumping into the board 3, this is the final position we have. Kirill Shevchenko trying to equalize the match. And it looks great.
Yeah, well, definitely. Queen f7 is a real visual. And you start to imagine that checkmate should magically appear on their own volition. By the way, knight e6 check might be a better way of introducing the queen. Knight e6 check, wherever the king moves, the queen.
Queen f8. Queen f8, it's possible, actually. Yeah. The pawn on b4 is
nice. The pawn, that's like one of those puzzle rushes where you think queen f8 will be checkmate, and then they put a bishop way over there on a3, so you're not looking, and you get a
yesterday I recently saw it, although it wasn't a blitz game in Biel when Le Quang Liem, the eventual winner of the triathlon tournament, he was playing against Andrei Yesepenko, and they had pretty much the same setup, except it was slightly mirrored, and there was bishop on h3 and white gave queen c8 check, which convinced Yesipenko, and he played something else and resigned instantly. So these long moves
Yeah.
can be missed.
Easy to miss. All right, continuing our look around the playing hall. What other remaining games or remaining results? Pardon me. I want to say the games in play.
All
What do
right,
we
so
have?
this is we got some updates. All right. So
Nice.
Ortiz, the team Cuba, is still fighting against Anish. This is a theoretical draw. Of course, nobody's stopping White to test.
Exactly. And again and again and again, every chess coach, every chess commentator worth their salt will tell their audiences, oh, please, please, please learn your rook and pawn games. Learn them, master them, so that whenever you get into a situation like we're about to witness, where you're a pawn down, you know exactly the drawing technique that you need to make a draw. You will save yourself so many half points, so many I want to say tears. And let's just go to the Azerbaijan game for a moment, Arturs. I think we've got some actually feed from the actual playing hall.
So which is the player is that? It looks like Gusenov, to be honest.
Yes.
That's Gadir Gusenov. I recognize him. And you see, this is the result. Azerbaijan has already beat team Argentina. So Gusenov has no risk, no stress.
Right.
He has an extra pawn. Should be some kind of a draw, but he needs to work on it. I mean, Black needs to work on it.
Yeah, and once again, these are one of those positions that it's so easy to let, hard work, 5, 6, 7 hours worth of hard work slip by, in my opinion, making the one move you don't play G6. Because what that happens when Black plays the move G7, G6 in such positions, the F4 pawn magically becomes a passer. And you could just lose the game after one slip like that, G6. What Black has to do is passively wait, bishop to B2, bishop to A1, and let's see White try to force his majority through, whether he plays it with G5 or some other way, hold the line.
Right. I think normally the drawing technique, of course, is to trade the G pawn for the H pawn, like this, play H5, trade this pawn, but there specifically is a problem of this King E6, like you said, creating a F pawn. So
avoid that for the time being. And we've got this wonderful arbiter standing right in front of our camera. Yes, exactly. I love the suit. Really great color. Great color.
It's a great suit.
Nice. King. Yeah, and if you're White, by the way, look at those great grinders. Magnus Carlsen. How on earth would Magnus make his opponent's life difficult? You've got to think of it in that way. Your opponent is just so tired. Now, what you can do as White is you can go king to D7, knight to D6 check, and then ask Black, does he want to give ground and allow king E8, or does he want to go to F8 and allow king E6? And again, you start to try to get into the mindset of your opponent. Is he going to get worried when he sees the king drop down on G6, or is he going to get worried when the king drops in on E8? So you just ask your opponent lots and lots and lots of questions. Did Pragg win? I'm seeing on the chat that Pragg lost. Is that really the case?
That could be because he was suffering, and after the suffering, logically comes a loss very often.
Yeah, Switzerland was losing the match 3-0, but that victory, if it was a victory, yes, Norway did lose the match, by the way. Big victory for Italy in that one.
All right.
So here is that game of Azerbaijan. And once again, are we getting any updates at all from the Sam Shanklin
So
Levon Aronian games? Because we thought,
yeah,
oh, we
Samuel
got a
Shanklin won.
result, not
That is-
necessarily how he did
That
it.
is the
but
word. That is the word.
Sam
Samuel
Shanklin has won.
has won. Aronian has won. Team USA beat Georgia 3-1.
Okay, that starts to feel really, really good. I felt that in round one and in round two, America kind of let a little things slip, and those can sometimes be disconcerting. But a 3-1 victory over Georgia, I think, is more than good. That's very good, in fact.
All right, let's just maybe sit on this game for a moment because
We
we
have
have a very
F5
nice camera,
angle, yeah.
very nice angle, zoomed in. I mean, we can't really have a say which camera is picked by the organizers. So here we see, oh, it's even better.
Wow.
Very nice.
Look at our team working on the ground, making this feel good. And by the way, I don't know if you picked up on that, Arturs, but I feel very sensitive to these things. Whenever we seem to be complimenting our production team, it's like our production values go really high. And whenever we say, well, they messed up, like I tend to blur. My audio goes down. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you picked up on that.
Right.
Just an observation. That's all I'm saying. Okay, and we have got this. Okay, Bishop F4, by the way, that was a kind of a nice move made quickly. How can White press from here?
Well,
can White press?
That's maybe more legit question. Maybe it's worth to mention that after f6, g takes, and knight e6 check, we could get access to some nice squares, but black saves the game with a 5.
Brilliant. That's exactly right.
It doesn't quite work.
Yes. Otherwise, you could, like you say, go king e6, win back the f6 pawn, maybe get the black king in some terrible box. But no, that move f5, as you demonstrated, saves the day. Knight c5, bishop e5. And I wanted to ask you about the clock times. Very awkward for me to see.
I think we see it in the video.
Yeah.
So black has about 50 seconds, contrary to white's 2 minutes. But this is not really time trouble. The position is rather simple. The players get extra 30 seconds.
For every move they complete.
Right.
And by the way, in chess terms, the move is only completed once you press the clock. If you make your move and go and write it down without pressing your clock, you could end up losing the game on time. So
this has happened before.
Yes. A completed move is one where you make the move, press the clock, then you get your 30 seconds. And by the way, White's king is trying to crawl. And in case any of you ask that question, checkmate is the only move where it's completed once you make the checkmate on the board. That does not require a clock being pressed, but I bet you 9 out of 10 times the clock is pressed when you make the move. It's just, you're just used to playing the move and pressing your clock. By the way, what White is trying to do is put his king on g6, which is very, very clever, and then maneuver his knight to capture the pawn on g7.
Except it's still a dead draw, of course, because after knight g7, take it, I'm going to play king f5, and the white king is never going to make it out of the corner. Nice try by White, though.
Nice try. Nice try. Any other trick? I'm thinking of something incredibly stupid. No. I can maneuver my knight to e8, right?
All right.
And then I can play f6.
Right.
I'm trying to get you to play bishop takes f6, so then I can take on h6. That still might be a draw, by the way.
Might
But-
be, but there's the thing, I can take with a pawn, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I have to admire White in terms of challenging his opponent, trying to put as many difficulties in front of him as possible. There we saw an interesting thing, by the way. White grabbed his knight, stopped. said,
Yeah, this
"Wait a
is, by the
minute."
way, Yasser, how do you feel about that? For example, especially in blitz, it's so annoying. Let's say
Totally.
you can physically touch the piece, move it to the other board, and then at the last moment you change your mind and land it on another.
I think it's horrible, poor etiquette. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. There's no rule against it. It's just bad form. I'll just leave it at that.
I don't like it myself as well.
Exactly.
I've seen it happen many, many times, and I don't know if it's intentional, or not intentional, but I've seen it happen. So, I mean, it's like your opponent, let's say I touch this knight on c5, I put it on e6, and at the last moment, I put it on e4. So your
Exactly.
mind is already perceiving the information that the knight is on e6, not on e4.
Exactly.
What just happened there?
Exactly. 100% with you all the way there, Arturs. And I try to emphasize whenever I'm teaching a class or something like that, when you go to make your move, be confident about what you, I mean, don't reach your hand out, don't hover over the piece, don't move the piece and hold it and look around. And this is embarrassing for yourself, and it sends all the wrong signals to your opponent. Conversely, when you're confident, you know your next move right now, you're white, and you're going to play the move knight e6. Play it as if bang, it's all this one single motion, and it's a part of your winning concept. So you want to convey to your opponent that you're confident about your moves. You make a move like knight to d7, no. Knight to e6, no. Knight to e4, you're sending the wrong information, and it's just bad. It's just bad for you personally as a human being to put yourself in that situation where you're looking stupid.
There's still some games, by the way, seen in some of the cameras being played on. I wonder which match is it that looks like Team Ukraine. Maybe we jump back to that game, because Team Ukraine still has
And this
final two
is
boards
match with Cuba.
Yeah, match with Cuba.
Okay.
Let me
Let's do
just
it.
try to pull it up.
As we do think, by the way, that Azerbaijan versus Argentine game will be a draw, despite White's absolute best efforts to create a victory. This looks just like extra piece.
This looks like some extra piece, and
Let me in,
also-
coach. I can handle this one.
And that means it's going to be decided most likely on the final board. So here you see black is trying to get rid of all the pawns. This
Right.
pawn needs to go, that pawn needs to go, and then probably it's going to be a draw. But I have a feeling this extra piece is going to be decisive. And then we
Which
have the
one?
fourth board,
Yeah.
which kind of looks still drawish.
Yeah. In that game with the extra piece, have you ever had to play bishop and knight versus king? I've never had to win
I
that.
had maybe once, but
Really?
yeah, maybe once. I think it was some blitz game.
Okay.
To be honest, I know the technique by memory.
Right.
I since I'm a coach myself, I have to teach the students, and it's best to study something yourself and then show it to somebody else. So
Right.
this is something I have repeated many times. Of course, I know the W principle. I know the right corner and everything.
Beautiful.
But when it comes to that moment,
right.
you could go there. Secretly, it's like you wish, let's not test my knowledge.
Right. Like you freeze, right? No, I never had to play it. The only principle I've ever learned, I don't know the W technique, I know of it. is this idea that I have to drive the weak king to the color of my bishop in the corner. So if I have a light square bishop, I've got to drive the weaker king to H1 or A8. And I've never had to play it, never. It's like my opponents believe me. It's like, thank you very much. You know, we trust you, yes, you can win this. I go, yeah, all right. Well, thanks for not.
So why Yasser brought this up, actually, dear viewers, because here, if Black manages to trade these pawns in the game of Shevchenko against Quezada, trade these pawns, I mean, maybe even trade one pawn, give away the bishop for the remaining pawn. And how is your technique today?
Exactly. Make sure it's up to snuff. Yeah, and like you say, you should know the W. You should know how to win those games. And I think Danya Naroditsky, Danya is going to be joining me tomorrow. Danya actually boasted of his prowess as he did it inside of 15 seconds. He checkmated the computer inside of 15 seconds. It was like,
I mean, I've seen Danya playing 10-second bullet games, so I'm
not surprised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's very fast.
He's very, very impressive indeed. And again, just because we have this situation, we can very easily imagine that White nursing his G pawn up the board gets into a situation where he goes G5 check, the bishop captures the pawn, the knight captures the bishop, and it's bishop and knight versus king. And then there you go.
All right, Yasser, I have a question to you, Yasser. A moment of truth.
A moment of truth.
Black plays. Oh, it's answered. Look at this. It's like, there's your question. My question was, are you going to play G4 or not? And Shevchenko allows it. It's like he sends a message.
Like, I am ready.
Want to test it?
Yes, I'm ready for you. Bishop takes
I'm ready
G3.
for you. Come for me.
Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Let's take on G3. Here you go.
Right. And again, I've never had to play. There are certain endings that people have devoted enormous amounts of energy to. For example, two knights versus king and pawn. There are the zone where the pawn, the two knights win if the pawn is in this zone. If the pawn's outside the zone, it's a draw. And I made an effort to learn some of those endings. Today, I'm not even sure I would remember half of whatever it is that I learned. But the reality is, in my entire career, I never had to play either against the two knights or with the two knights to defeat the pawn.
You know, I had a chance, actually, Yasser, to ask this question to the legendary Vishy Anand himself a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I asked him, have you ever had this two knights against a pawn? I think he said no, but I mean, he didn't really give a clear answer. I mean, like how exactly it's winning, how it's drawing. I mean, I have a feeling it's like nobody knows really, right? I mean, you have some ideas, but I mean, come on, this is so rare.
Here's one. I'm going to challenge the chat, and maybe I'm going to challenge you. Here's the question. Today, everybody knows about the 50-move rule. True or false? True or false? At one time, it was not the 50-move rule. It was the 75-move rule. True or false?
Can I get to participate?
Absolutely. We're expecting your participation. We demand your participation.
I want to scream false.
False. And you would be absolutely wrong. So the 50-move rule in the 70s was there. Then came the 80s, and some people like Ken Thompson, I'm not kidding, man, these guys created this table base. And the table base showed many two knights versus one pawn ending where it was a forced mate in 225 moves.
Oh, wow.
Forced mate in 200. Can you imagine?
I should study that.
Exactly. And to make it even worse, there was an enormous number, like really large numbers, like think 20, 30, 40 positions, where it was checkmate in 100 moves, 200 moves, 150 moves, checkmate.
It's easier.
Exactly. And so the FIDE Congress decided that they would make the rule 75 moves, thanks to these esoteric, rarely ever seen in the history of mankind. And they made this a 75-move rule. And somebody said, wait a minute, this is ridiculous. And they said, you're right, it's ridiculous. Nobody plays these knight ethics. And they turned it back. But yes, it's true. They had a 75-move rule, and it made everybody upset, really, really angry. I just thought it was hilarious. Just because these exceptional positions exist in chess, they changed the rules to accommodate this very, very, very small number. And by the way, do we really have bishop takes g3?
We have it. Yes, sir. So
okay.
Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
Start the counting. Here
now,
we go.
Okay, here's the point. Okay, and I remember this very beautifully, wonderful article by Jan Timman in New in Chess. And he had a king and 2 bishops against Jonathan Spillman, who had a king and a knight. And at one time, the king and knight, it was considered to be a draw. And this knowledge of a draw lasted hundreds and hundreds of years, going back, wow, to, let's say, the 16th century. But then, thanks to the advent of computers and table bases, it was determined that the 2 bishops can overwhelm the knight. And he, Jan Timman, had the 2 bishops, and he compared his play against the table base. And at one moment, he made like 9 perfect moves in a row. And he was very thrilled with himself. And he won the game. Now, you compare this current position that white has after king takes g3 versus the table base. And how often will white play perfectly the right table base move? Yeah, that's the fun stuff. So you go king takes g3, and the table base proudly announce made in 29.
Right.
And then 8 moves later, it's, instead of being made in 21, it's made in 23, right? Because of the slip.
So the technique, right? Technique. I saw a question in the chat. I mean, to be honest, we should mention it. The right technique is get a black king in this corner, one of these corners.
That's it. That's the only way it works. That's the
only way. The other does not work. It just
Right.
does not work. Don't try it. And then there's, in the end, the so-called W principle, because this is how the white knight is going to jump. I don't think we're going to show you the technique now, because I think full YouTube is full of videos of how to properly checkmate it. You can pull it up, learn in 10 minutes. It's not super difficult. And I'm pretty sure that Kirill Shevchenko, he knows it by heart, and he should show it very
proper
quickly.
technique. By the way, just on that note, now the reverse. You're in a situation, amateur player, and you're got the king and your opponent's got the bishop and knight. What you want to do is to make his life as difficult and as miserable as possible. If you want to charge your king to the corner opposite the color of the bishop. So you purposely move your king to the dark square, and you tell your opponent, push me out of the corner if you can. Right? Here we're seeing the W technique. Beautiful move, knight d7.
Next move is going to be bishop d3, not allow the black king to escape to a1.
Exactly.
Look at this, bishop d3, blitzed out. I mean, come on, Kirill, you can do it like in 3 seconds. Boom.
Ooh, that was a snap. Did you see that bishop magically? He resigned. No, that's too much respect. Too much respect. Play
Well,
tonight.
I mean, at this level, this is piece of cake, right? I mean, you're supposed to show your knowledge. I mean, because this is what I'm sometimes telling to my students, right? What's the point for studying openings, for studying advanced middle game techniques if you can't properly learn how to checkmate with a knight and bishop, right? Because this is in the end the position you simply have to know. You simply have to know, right? Just learn
Exactly. That's just a part of the whole world of chess mastery, is these basic endings. And I think that's more or less going to do it for our broadcast of this round 3. Let's just review one more time what happened in the top 5 boards of the open section. And there you see it. 3-1. India
beats Greece 3-1. Georgia loses USA 3-1. These are results, not big surprises, but there's the big surprise of the round.
Yes,
Norway goes down against Italy.
Right. Spain, also by the same margin of 3-1, gets past Brazil. A topsy-turvy tight match. Poland wins 2.5, 1.5. Duda makes his debut for Team Poland.
And what a debut.
Yes, a very visual. Queen takes G2 splat occurred in that game. And in the ladies?
Right. I think there's also the board number 6. Yeah, maybe let's very quickly review. Board number 6 to 10. Azerbaijan, Argentina, 3-1.
Seems
Sweden,
to be a popular score.
For Netherlands.
Yeah, 3-1 seems to be the most popular score for the winning teams. Sorry to interrupt you. You were just saying that Team Netherlands, 3.5 over Sweden. Huge win for Netherlands. The team captain Jan Spates is going to be proud of his squad after that result.
And the team Ukraine is still fighting against Cuba. So Shevchenko managed to equalize the game. I think that it's going to finish 2-2 in a draw, because the final game, it's theoretical draw. I don't think that Onischuk is ever going to lose it. But of course, White has to try. White simply has to try to win it. It's a risk-free game. Austria beat Germany. Look at that.
Also a big result. I don't want to say too much that that's a great upset or something like that, but okay. I mean, tip of the hat to Austria. And again, a tight match, 2.5, 1.5, as England does defeat Lithuania. And finally, women's section. Yeah, bring up our top ladies.
India is still going awesome. 3-1 against Team England, scoring another victory. Team Ukraine has one more game ongoing against Slovakia, but the victory
3-0.
back.
Yeah, that victory is definitely confirmed. Georgia gets back past the Czech Republic with a 2.5, 1.5 score. Poland over Vietnam 3-0, 3-1, pardon me, not 3-0. I saw once again the Ukraine Slovakia. And Italy loses to France 1-3.
Right, and there's the board number 6. Azerbaijan confirmed their status of favorites, beating Greece narrowly 2.5 against 1.5. Mongolia takes down United States. I think this is slightly surprising.
Not a happy camper over here in Holland, as I was hoping that our team would do a lot better in this match. I think of it as an upset, but sometimes you just tip your hat and say, Mongolia, well done.
Germany beat Switzerland 3-1. Big result for Team Germany. And also one of the big upsets for the ladies tournament, Team Estonia beat Armenia by scoring a victory on the first board by Narva Mai, who is the hero of the round. Everybody else played a draw, and what a result.
Absolutely. Kazakhstan 3-1 over Peru, and that more or less wraps up things for this, our third day of broadcast, reminding everybody our remaining schedule as we will be back tomorrow. Unfortunately, Terry, you're on pause as Danya.
I'm gonna go relax on beach or something. I don't know. I mean,
exactly.
I'm gonna enjoy my time while you and Danya are gonna have the time of your life here.
Exactly.
Maybe
By the way, the chess.com, the rapid competitions continue this weekend. Those were really, really marvelous competitions. I have to tell you, I've been calling quite a number of them, and the top players in the world are really something. It continues, the best players of the world in the rapid chess. On Sunday knockout coming up later today, it will feature Jeffrey Jean, Hans Niemann, Sam Sevian, and a lot of other top grandmasters. And all of that begins in about an hour on chess.com. So, boy, the chess never stops, Archer. It's just 24 hours, man.
Chess never stops. It's only 24 hours, like Yasser, you said. The action continues. A lot of tournaments. It's the Olympiads, Rapid Championship. There's the Collegiate tournament coming in. A lot of exciting times for you to watch, play the best players in the world, doing it from home. I guess we are about to wrap up our coverage here today. It was a pleasure. It was absolute pleasure.
Absolutely my honor to be working with you. We'll see you come around 5, I think. Is that right?
I think the day after tomorrow. So tomorrow, so you're doing it together with Danya. I know. I mean, everybody is willing to see Danya back, right? These are very big shoes for me to fill. At least I hope we managed to do it okay today, right?
No, you were wonderful.
Back in 2 days.
Really, it's been a marvelous, fun chit chat, and once again, and I say it very, very meaningfully, a big shout out to everybody on our stream chat. Thank you so much for keeping us on our toes, asking us your questions. I mean, we basically are here for you. So thank you, and just let everybody know where you're hanging out. It's great for us. It's great for the sponsors. Great for chess.com. It's great for chess. And the more viewers we have, the easier our pitch whenever we go into a sponsorship meeting. So thank you, each and every one of you, for joining us.
Namaste. Goodbye.
Namaste.